put the children to bed. It's time for Dan and Aldo to bare their souls.
Adults only!
I love the Chicago Bears more than I do masturbating, and that is a lot.
Like I said, adults only. Then, with 3 seconds left, Bob Avellini throws a 30-something yard touchdown pass to Greg Latta, and the Bears win, and I literally shit my pants. I swear to God, I literally did. It's not the only time I've shit my pants.
Eric Kramer, for me, I love the guy. He's a tragic figure. I mean, he embodies all that is.
Oh, yeah. If they don't run the ball here, I'm going to vomit. I swear to God.
Look, I don't mean any disrespect. He just didn't play that well. Not for a guy of his caliber.
You know, they won, but I'm going to be miserable all week because they stunk.
I don't really have any recollection of that at all, but I guess perhaps I blacked it all out.
So, Dan, tape is the ultimate tool for scouts and for coaches to evaluate players, to detect plays and so forth. And they spend hours looking at tape, right? Why do they so often get shit wrong?
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan and Aldo.
What a voice she has. So sexy.
I concur, for sure.
All right, I'm just checking to make sure our audio is coming clear. We've had problems the last two shows. Steven Zimmerman is saying sound is coming through just fine tonight. Thumbs up from Laz. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in live, all of you people in the chat room. This is Dan and Aldo Bare Their Souls. Dan Aguirre, how are you, brother?
I'm well. Like I was saying before we went on, just inundated with bad weather here. Like that's, the large concern in terms of electricity going out and roads being shitty. But beyond that, I mean, everyone's got their, it's winter, so we all have to contend with it. But I mean that it, pardon me, is cognizant on my mind.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned Zimmerman.
Yeah.
I should also acknowledge quickly that I got into a small text debate a few days ago, again over Khalil Mack. I just can't get past. I don't want to speak for Zimmerman and seem like I'm besmirching him, but it feels like if I criticize Mack at any point, like people just get hot about it. Like all I said to him was that I would think that Mack's trade level, or what he could get for us, his value is probably at an all-time low. And what I meant by that was we gave up 2 first-round picks for him. I mean, there's no way we would get 2 for him now. I mean, come on, he's 30 or going to be 30, and 2 years, because they were talking about the possibility of maybe the Dak Prescott move with Dallas, and maybe you trade Mack like that Adam Hogue was suggesting.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, well, you always say that we traded for Lawrence Taylor, and I disagree with that. And I was like, well, what were we trading for then? You give up 2 first-round picks for a guy that was supposed to come in and sack the quarterback. And LT was the last – I mentioned LT because he was the last defensive player that was the league MVP back in 86. Do you think that that's what we were trading for in September of 2018?
No, you're trading for a superstar player who is going to give you 3, 4, 5 years of double-digit sacks.
You don't think that we thought we were trading for the best player in the league on defense?
Well, at
the time, I mean,
you're paying him as the best player, so you would expect him to be the best player. But in reality, you just never know who's the up and comer. You never know who's going to really turn it on. So, but you want a top 3, at least top 5 results. Zimmerman is saying, no, all I was saying is I think you are just a little more negatively biased towards him than he deserves. If I came off as hot, it wasn't intended, says Mr. Zim.
Well, I appreciate him always. And I guess let me rephrase the question to anybody that's listening to us.
Before you do that,
Sure.
I want to just let people know that for the first time in the history of the Dan and Aldo Bear Their Soul show, my face is live on camera, which everyone now, holy cow, we went from 100 followers to about 20. People just turned it off. But one of the ways to avoid some of those audio problems we've had is for me to actually show my face. And Dan is looking at me like he wants to fuck me, man. Take it easy, bro. All right, go ahead with your Mac story.
No, again, if you disagree, disagree.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say Khalil Mack, just for whatever reason. I mean, this is a hypothetical, and I don't think it's going to happen, but just follow me on the hypothetical. You know how like that 49er team that had Kaepernick, a lot of people retired suddenly, from the team that lost the Super Bowl to the Ravens. Just like the Harbaugh coach team, they kind of just suddenly went from the Super Bowl to like the next year they lost the title game, and then the whole team was like split up really quickly. And like 3 guys from their 20s retired. Let's say Mac just for whatever reason said, I've had concussion issues, whatever. I'm retiring today. Would you view Khalil Mack's 3 years with the Bears as a disappointment with regards to the 2 first-round picks that we gave up for him?
Yes, I would. And
I would agree. That's what I've been saying. That's it right there.
Dwayne says, I think Mac has underperformed, but I also think the trade was worth it. Look who the Raiders got. Nothing of value. Well, I wouldn't say nothing of value.
That's good. Jacobs.
He is outstanding. And so, here's the thing. One of the reasons I was not a big proponent of the trade, and I know he's a game changer in many ways and has been in a handful of games, but I just don't like trading for veteran guys with so many assets that we have to give away. The reason is because the game of football, you just never can tell where somebody is going to go from an A-level player to a C-level player because of injuries. And I think that's what's happened to Mac. I think a lot of his effectiveness has had to do with the fact that his body is starting to break down. I mean, in the 16 regular season games this past year, he was on the injury list for 14 of those games. That ain't good. And the one time in the middle of the season that he wasn't on the injury list, he had a really, really good game. Now, maybe I'm looking.
But you pointed out that night, though, to be fair, I need to give you the credit here because his best game was against Tampa. And you said, you were like, yeah, but he's beating a backup.
Yeah.
Like you said that he was like every game that Mac performs well as a Bear, at least he has beaten a reserve lineman.
Mm-hmm.
He's not beating like the other team's all-pro left tackle or some premier offensive lineman. He gets shut down against them, and then he beats the scrub guy. And that's not a direct quote, but I think that's a fair paraphrase of what you said.
Mm-hmm. Tommy Small says Mac doesn't have any help, and I guess you guys have to throw somebody under the bus. We're not throwing Mac under the bus because I think there's a lot of other factors, and we're going to be talking about one big factor when we get into the Sean Desai interview from today. Sean Desai was introduced as the new Bears defensive coordinator, and this is huge news because Mac's greatest season with the Chicago Bears was under the defensive coordinator coaching of Vic Fangio. And so Sean Desai is a disciple of Vic Fangio, and he's had a lot to say about what he learned from Fangio. We're going to get all into that. But I think Dan, is being fair-minded. He wants to see more explosive plays from Khalil Mack. And we had Leonard Floyd one season, and then we get rid of him, and then we bring in Robert Quinn to hopefully provide that bookend guy that will free up Mac to make these explosive plays, and that doesn't work. So
and Floyd had a better year than Mac this year. Again, that's the most astounding part of it.
Knife to the heart.
It is, because he was supposed to be this big bust, from most people's perspectives with the Bears. I think he was the 9th pick in the draft, and they don't even give him his 5th-year option, and he's gone, and then he gets more sacks than Mac.
Oh my gosh, it's getting.
And he's a free agent, right?
Who is?
Leonard Floyd.
Leonard Floyd is a free agent, and
I hope he doesn't show up in Green Bay
oh
or
my
or in
gosh.
Minnesota. Like, please don't let him come to our
he
division.
he might. I would say the Vikings and the Lions are possibilities, although I don't think the Lions play the kind of defense that would suit Leonard Floyd. But you never know. I mean, they can make adjustments, but. Yeah, I would hate to see Leonard Floyd in the NFC North for the next 3 years. Man, we're getting a lot of comments. It's hard for me to keep up with them, and I love to put them up on the screen. So those of you following on our YouTube channel or any of the channels that we send this show out, you can see what people are talking about, and hopefully you can join us live. And those of you who are on the audio podcast, listening on just audio, well, you're shit out of luck. You can't see what people like Steven Zimmerman and Dwayne Corey and Tommy Smalls and Stacey Hefner, and she's in the house. You can't see what they're saying, but nonetheless, any other thoughts on? We're going to talk a lot more about Khalil Mack as we get into Sean Desai, but any other introductory thoughts on Mack?
I want to tell everybody again, I have Mack's jersey. I'm rooting for Mack. I truly am. I don't want to just come across as a guy that's a hater.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. Like, I was rooting so strongly for Trubisky, but I can also admit that as his time is obviously done, it would seem really, but I guess we all thought that Lance Briggs was gone after 2007.
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly, miraculously, he was back and signed a 5-6 year deal, whatever it was. And that seemed like that wasn't going to happen. But I just don't think Trubisky's coming back. And I mentioned that because I'm fair-minded enough that I can say that Mitch's tenure was a disappointment overall for the second pick in the draft. I liked him as a person. I rooted for him as a player. But I can say, at the end of the day, his 4 years, you'll look back and say, not necessarily a bust, but didn't fulfill his potential. And that's where I would put Mack right now with regards to what the Bears gave up. He wasn't our draft pick, but it's like it's almost the same thing because Mitch was the second pick in the draft and you gave up 2 number ones to get Mack. So that almost makes him, by proxy, our draft pick. And I don't know if he's performed up to the level of giving up those number ones. But then again, Pace has been so bad with his first round picks that maybe it doesn't even fucking matter. I mean, Kevin White, I was about to put McClellan on him, but that wasn't his fault. But yeah, obviously his first round picks haven't really played well thus far. Trubisky and Kevin White.
Right.
And who else? We got Floyd, although Floyd did well with the Rams.
Yeah, really well. There's I would say 50% of the people in the chat room agree with you, 50% disagree. And I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, brother. It's Didache7. He says, get rid of Mack and see where this defense is. Laugh my ass off. You guys got to be joking. And I agree with you. You do take Mack off this defense, and the defense is going to be a hell of a lot worse. Why? Because defensive coordinators, whether Mack is playing at 100% or at 80%, they are going to be scheming to stop Mack. They are going to be the quarterback from the opposing team is always going to be pointing out, where is he? Where is he in the line and so forth? And so that is huge. There's no doubt about it. But the fact of the matter is that from a result standpoint, from a production standpoint, the numbers aren't there, which is why Vic Fangio was forced to retire, which is why Sean Desai is now the defensive coordinator of the Chicago Bears, and which is why Mike Patton has been brought in to the Chicago Bears, because he knows how to apply pressure on opposing quarterbacks. He knows how to free up guys. This defense that Sean Desai is bringing back to the Chicago Bears, it's the Vic Fangio defense. It's based on getting pressure with just 4 guys. Let's remember that 2018 season, we were saying, well, how come Fangio doesn't blitz more? That's not the style of that defense. That defense is designed to get 4 guys to put pressure. The thing is which 4 guys? Is it going to be, these 3 and that guy over there? Or is it going to be these 4 guys right in the middle? Or is it? It's a very disguising type defense, and Sean Desai learned from the best, Vic Fangio, on how to run that defense, and Mike Patton with his strengths at disguising defensive blitzes as Aaron Rodgers said when in Pettin's first year, we played that soundbite on one of our shows. I forget, we have so many shows here, I forget which show it was, but we played that soundbite from Aaron Rodgers say, this guy is really good at disguising defenses and getting guys to blitz who have a chance to get to the quarterback, just not sending 4, 5, 6 guys in there and all of them are blocked. So that's key. And the other thing that's key has been mentioned a number of times here in the chat is, yes, he's been less than 100%, and that takes a toll on a guy. There's no doubt about it. But it doesn't matter. We still are a results oriented.
There've been numerous games where he doesn't have a stat line. I mean, a lot of games where he has no tackles, no sacks, nothing. So, and the amount of money he's getting paid, what, $41 million a year or whatever it is, and the draft picks you gave up, you're paying for production. That's what the trade was for. And again, I'm rooting for him. I want him to perform well, and I hope what you just said about altering the defense will reinvigorate him, or perhaps it is simply that he's been banged up and has been a man and he's played every game. Like last year, he played all 16 games, correct?
Mm-hmm, correct.
So I'll give him that, man. At least he's there.
Exactly.
He's fucking there.
That's huge.
But yeah, like you just hope that something, like I'm worried that he's our Julius Peppers now. Peppers did well in Carolina, did well in Green Bay, but with the Bears, he was kind of just, And I just hope that that's not Mac. Like I want him to be great. So it's, again, I don't want to sound like I'm being duplicitous. I'm saying I'm rooting for the guy the same way I did Trubisky. I want him to be great. And I want him to be like the first year we had him, we were saying, is it going to be Aaron Donald or Khalil Mack? Who's going to be the defensive player of the year? And it felt like both of them had a legitimate shot. And like he doesn't anymore, like not the last 2 years, but I wish the press would have asked Desai what I kept thinking, like the question I wanted asked.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to be fair, I think he talked 25 minutes or so. I didn't watch, but maybe 15 minutes of it. I just got busy at work and couldn't finish it. So maybe that was asked at the end, but I have a feeling it wasn't, because no one wants to call out Pagano specifically and seem like you're kicking him. I wish the question would have been like, what do you think the difference between the two schemes was? You were here, so between Vic Fangio and Chuck Pagano, if you had to specifically say where things went awry, like what was the difference? Like what was last year's defense? Like what was wrong with it in comparison? If Vic were still here, what would have been different?
That's a great question to ask. There's no doubt about it. I
don't think they would have asked it though, because no one wants to be mean to Pagano.
Yeah, and I got that sense too with Sean Desai's comments. It's clear that Chuck Pagano was fired. He doesn't have a modern day plan, and what we have learned with the firing, let's call it what it is. People say he's retired, but they fired him. Is that the Bears made a huge effing mistake. When Vic Fangio left, they should have kept Ed Donatelli and kept that Vic Fangio defense here in Chicago. They should have kept most of Vic Fangio's staff and continued that scheme for the Chicago Bears. Now, Pagano did bring in his scheme, but a lot of it had to do also with Fangio's defense, but he couldn't do that. And what have we learned as Bears fans? When Mel Tucker came in, he was told, you got to run Lovie Smith's defense. Well, what did Mel Tucker do, who is now a fairly well-respected coach in the NFL? He couldn't run somebody else's defense, and he didn't have the players.
They were dreadful when Mel was here.
They were dreadful.
They were 32nd and 31st. It was the worst two Bears defenses probably ever.
Yep.
Like legitimately for the team defense, I think they were the worst two teams in the history of the fucking franchise.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he went to the SEC afterwards, right?
Yep. He went to the ACC, and now I think he's got an NFL job somewhere, doesn't he? He's a defensive corner for an NFL team, I'm pretty sure. So I
thought he went to like Alabama or somewhere. Didn't he go down south?
He went down to Bama, I believe, and isn't Mel running the Georgia's defense right now? Aaron Current says, yes, and I think you may be right. You may be right, Aaron. But nonetheless, the guy, his reputation has been restored. And I thought when he was running that Bears defense, and that Bears defense gave up plus 50 points in back-to-back weeks against the Patriots and the Packers, I thought this guy has to be the worst defensive coordinator in Bears history. But it was much more complicated than that. He didn't have the players. He had a lot of broken down players. And clearly he was being asked to run a defense that it wasn't his defense. And that's the big lesson. When you bring in a new coaching staff or new coordinators for your team, let them run what they want to run. And hopefully they're going to run a system that complements the players on the team. But don't tell them, run the defense that we had with the other coordinator that we just let go, that we just fired, or just left us somewhere else. That's just ridiculous.
And it seemed like, again, I don't want to accuse anybody of not trying, but I'm going to go shy of that. But let's just say, other than Peanut Tillman, it felt like the Lovey guys really weren't eager to ball out for Mel Tucker. Mm-hmm. I felt like you got that from Charles Tillman, but Lance Briggs, again, I'm not calling him fat because I'm certainly not anywhere
He was out
near.
of shape. He was out of shape.
He was, like, for Lance Briggs, he was. Not for me. For me, it would be great, but for Lance Briggs, like, he was way too heavy those last couple years with the Bears, and it just seemed like the Lovey loyalists were so, like, pissed off that he was forced out that they kind of didn't give you everything they had. It's like they just were going through the motions. I can't say that about Tillman, because when he got hurt in that San Francisco game and he fucking cried on the sidelines, his last Bear game, I mean, the dude's giving you his heart. Mm-hmm. Like, that's Mike Brown for you, where you fucking cry when you get hurt because you just want to play so badly.
Yep. Dwayne Corey is telling us that Mel Tucker resigned as Colorado's head coach to take the defensive coordinator's job at Michigan State. So sharing that with our podcast listeners who can't see the message on the screen. Oh, excuse me. Head coach at Michigan State. So there you go. All right. I want to start playing some Sean Desai sound bites from his press conference. So you did listen to a good portion of it, huh?
Yeah, about 15 minutes or so. The only really tough question that I heard was from Mark Potash. He asked him if you've got this in your audio, I won't say it all. But for one, it seemed that there's still thought that Eddie Goldman might not come back. Like, what the fuck? What is he doing? He has to come back in 2021, right?
Yeah, he's coming back. I don't have that in my sound bites, but it was peculiar that he did not have a definitive answer on that. He was asked that question about Eddie Goldman's return, and he says, I haven't been updated on it. You would think that would be one of the first things you would ask, or you were told, hey, by the way, Eddie's coming back, so you don't have to worry about that when you're making your plans. So, or unless he was told, ixnay on the Eddie Goldman talk because we don't know what the fuck's going on and stuff. So that's a possibility too. But it just infuriates me. We fans, I think, deserve to know stuff like that. And a good communications director would have told Sean Desai. By the way, they're going to ask you about Eddie Goldman, so make sure you tell him he's definitely scheduled to be back, which would have been the appropriate answer. Anything can happen, but he's scheduled to be back. What else about the press conference kind of stood out for you?
Well, Potash's follow-up to that, he has had a two-parter, was
right.
The only thing that was somewhat critical of, I don't think he mentioned Pagano's name, but he said something to the effect of what was the deficiency of the defense from last season versus how do you look to repair that, whatever that deficiency was. And he said something like, well, I'm not a car guy, but I'll give you an analogy. I think we're doing a tune-up to our vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
They used a car tune-up, saying that it.
Yeah, I got that one. I do have that soundbite.
Okay, yeah, that's the best question that I thought I heard.
Yeah, that was a good one. Hey, Tooch is in the chat room. Aldo, he says, and I say, Tooch. By the way, before we bring in Sean Desai with some sound bites so we can analyze what he said, Dwayne Corey in the chat room says, how about them finding former wide receiver Vincent Jackson dead today? So I wanted to get your thoughts on that, because I know you sent me actually a tweet with the news, and that's how I found out about it.
Yeah, I had just woken up and saw that, so I sent it to a few people. I didn't even read the story beyond the headline. I don't want to sound like I don't care.
No, same here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think he was in San Diego first, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then in Tampa Bay.
Mm-hmm.
Did he go to Washington maybe at the end? I don't know where I'm getting that from. But either way, it's, the guy still got, I mean, if I'm 40, Vincent Jackson was probably like 43 or something.
Mm-hmm.
He was pretty young, especially to have died. So obviously that's terrible when someone dies so unexpectedly, that quick, just suddenly. It's not like he was sick or stricken with COVID, or you could see writing on the wall. I mean, just out of nowhere. So you wish his family well.
Absolutely.
And it's awful, but I mean, I don't even know what else to say in it, because was there foul play? I didn't see the.
No, Dwayne says there was no signs of trauma, and he was only 38 years old. So
damn, so I was older than Jackson. I didn't know that.
Jeez, that really sucks. Well, condolences to family, friends, fans of Vincent Jackson. All right, let's get to Sean Desai. I've got about 10 sound bites here, so we'll play as many as we can stand.
Let me say real quick, at least
please.
It wasn't Eddie Jackson, because remember, we traded for the kid from Tampa, the second-round pick. We gave up a second-round pick, and he died before he ever played with the Bears.
Oh, yeah. Who was that?
Gaines Adams, wasn't his name?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
So at least it wasn't Eddie Jackson that died. I mean, I hate to make light of that. Well, I'm just saying from a football perspective, at least it wasn't Eddie Jackson. I mean, we complain about his season not being right, but at least he's back.
Yes. Eddie Jackson is going to get fixed by Sean Desai. Let's hope so. All right, so first one I got here is what he learned, what the new defensive coordinator of the Chicago Bears learned from Vic Fangio.
He's one of the smartest football minds I've been around. And for me to be in a role where I can assist him and really learn from him directly was really fortunate. When you're a young coach and you've done some things, like I was a special teams coordinator all in college. I've coached on offense. I've coached on defense. And when you're a position coach, your primary job is to coach your position and learn your position and be great at it. And then when you get a chance to take a step back, for example, for me, to be a quality control in the NFL was a great opportunity, but to take a step back and learn it and learn the whole defense from the guy that's installing it, responsible for it, whether it was Mel, Vic, or Chuck, you have a different view on the hows and whys of things. And I really tried to take advantage of that in those roles. And so from Vic, he was great to serve as a mentor, and he was very patient with my questions. And taught me a lot about how and why the things he was wanting to do would happen and take place. And I was really lucky to have that.
One of the things I love about these press conferences is that you really get to know the person who's answering these questions. This was a 21-minute press conference, and I started to get a really good appreciation for who Sean Desai is. And I read a couple of articles and stuff, and I'm impressed with him as a person. Now, he still has to prove himself as a defensive coordinator, but I'm impressed with him as a person. He seems like a guy with great values. He seems like a very dedicated guy. He was sharp and on his toes, answering questions. As Dan says, he wasn't challenged with a lot of difficult questions, but nonetheless, I walked away impressed. Your overall impression, Dan, were you impressed, or you're the jury's still out?
No, the jury's still out, but he said all the right things.
Mm-hmm.
To use a cliche, he won the press conference. I mean, I think so. But he did get another tough question. I'm assuming, and I think it's a fair assumption, that Pettine is older than he is.
Mm-hmm.
So when you just want to show that other guy proper respect, because A, he's older, B, he's been a coordinator before, and you're in your first year now. They asked him, like, is he your assistant?
Right. I have that, by the way. So let's listen.
That's a tough question when you're trying not to say the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was very respectful. I liked
his answer.
Yeah. I have this in two parts. He was asked first, what his role was. And then there was a follow-up question a minute or two later is who's in charge here? So here's what Pettine's role is going to be with the Chicago Bears. And those of you who don't know, Mike Pettine, of course, was the defensive coordinator for the Green Bay Packers. And so he comes to the Chicago Bears with a lot of intel.
We had, I think, Coach Monachino was a senior defensive assistant the last couple of years.
He was asked, is this like kind of a new role, this special defensive assistant? And so that's why he's bringing up Monachino.
We had, I think, Coach Monachino was a senior defensive assistant the last couple of years. And so we've had, over the last couple of years, people in those roles. On offense, we've had Brad Childress as a senior offensive assistant in those roles as well. So we've had that role in the in the system here for quite some time. And for us, I think it's going to be a resource. I think Coach Pett's going to be able to help us on defense and help us on offense from a big picture perspective. He's going to be able to bring in ideas, as our other coaches are going to be able to bring in ideas. This is going to be an open environment. And like I said, everybody's going to know who we are and what our identity is. And then if there's things that we can balance each other off of, then I'm all for that. And I think that's a great thing for me, as a first-time defensive play caller, is to have some other perspectives. And I hope you guys feel that with the way the staff has been built. It's been very thoughtful in terms of the guys we brought on the staff. Everybody's had either coordinating or playing experience. Obviously, as you guys have articulated well, the two of my deficiencies: haven't played in the NFL or coordinated in the NFL. So we've been pretty intent on how we want to develop the staff and the mindset that we have from all of our staff members, and then the traits that I bring. I think I want balance to that. I think I bring a different set of traits from everybody as well, which will be positive.
So again, a couple of minutes later, he's asked, well, what's the hierarchy here?
So I'm the defensive coordinator. And if there's tasks and things that I need Coach Pettine to do and Mike to do, then he'll do them. For me, he'll do them from coach, just like anybody else. But he'll be a defensive assistant with us.
I wish he would have said, I'm the boss, but we get it. He's a defensive coordinator. He's in charge, but he's going to rely on Mike Pettine's vast experience. And I'm excited about, Sean Desai bringing back the Vic Fangio defense. And I'm excited that Mike Pettine, with his experience, particularly on how to create quarterback sacks, is now a part of the defense.
I'd like to hear the meeting between Pettine and Matt Nagy, where he's like, okay, coach, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but let me show you how we always shut your shit down. Let me show you why you're not getting the job done in Chicago. This is what we did to scheme against you and always beat you. Like, I would like to be involved in that conversation. Because I just feel like Nagy's ego is immense, and I just feel like he's sucking his own dick constantly. So I would love to see him get some humility. Like you pointed out, even when they lost the playoff game, that fucker's up there smiling and shit. Like at some point, it's like he's like, well, we're going to blame this one on Chuck and Mitch. I'm still okay. I would love to hear Mike Pettine tell him what Green Bay was doing and how he was predictable and how they shut him down. And maybe he can learn from that and maybe actually take a scheme and help beat Green Bay with it.
Oh, I bet he will. There's no doubt in my mind. Yeah. All right. So let's talk about, let's listen to him talk about the numbers, the production. Is his defense going to result in more sacks, more turnovers? This is his response.
I think we're going to continue to have a huge emphasis on that, and there'll be some strategies and things like that we do from a meeting and practice standpoint to really emphasize that, really get our players to embrace that. And then, the other end of that is to execute when it's certain guys' chances to go make some plays. They're going to know when they can go take those shots and have those opportunities. And then it's going to be my job as a play caller to make sure they got those opportunities. And I think we're going to be able to try to do that and really optimize all of our players' abilities. We got a lot of talent on this defense. And it's the ability to optimize it. And then ultimately, a lot of times sacks come as a result of coverage. and takeaways come as a result of pressure. So it's going to be all of us working together and buying into that concept and understanding our roles within the defense.
I want to shout,
please,
the follow-up question. Like, Sir Sean, sir, are you saying you want to optimize the player? Are you saying that potentially, like the last couple of years, that maybe Robert Quinn or Khalil Mack, we weren't actually playing up to what made the, you know what I mean?
I was just going to say the same thing. So you're reading my mind.
Yeah. So how are we going to exploit their, especially Mack, his skill? Like, what can you do that your predecessor couldn't do? Because as we recall 2 years ago in the very similar press conference, Chuck, other than the press was right in front of them because it's pre-COVID, Chuck Pagano made a joke like, oh, in my defense, 52 doesn't go drop back and pass defense.
Mm-hmm.
So we were all like, yes, that's great, because that's what we all kind of were pissed about Vic on, was that we didn't think that Mack was blitzing enough or, going to the quarterback enough. And then his production dropped even farther. So, but that's a key word. He said it twice too.
Mm-hmm.
So how are you going to how can you be different than the previous guy to exploit his talent, to put him in a better position? What can you do differently? I would have loved to have heard a follow-up, something like that. It doesn't have to be as wordy as I made it, but
No, I know you wouldn't be there on that Zoom call with a 20-minute question.
No, of course not. But I was just expanding it to you, what I was
sure,
the genesis of what I was thinking. But I would have been much more concise if I were actually talking to the man. But that's what I would have asked after that if I'd have gotten a chance to talk.
Yeah, and here's the tricky thing that happens at these press conferences is that they're not coordinated. It's not like, okay, somebody asks a question and then I'm called on to ask the next question and I have my question prepared. And so what typically happens is, I don't care what this guy from the Chicago Sun-Times asks. Patrick Finley, I don't care what you ask. I'm going to ask my own question. And that's what kind of bugs me is, why not do a follow-up to what was just asked? Say, hey, I got a follow-up to what he just asked, and then I'll ask my own question and try to sneak two in because that's allowed. And so, I'm always critical of the media because I worked for a blink of an eye in the Chicago media, and so I know everything. But yeah, I'm with you. There should be more follow-up questions, and we don't see that because this is a Zoom call, and so the Bears press person is just saying, "Okay, your turn to ask a question. Your turn to ask a question," and it's not a one-on-one or even a smaller group of reporters, and they're not face-to-face, and they don't have that opportunity to jump in and ask a follow-up question. I asked people in the chat room if they are concerned that this is Sean Desai's first season calling plays. We know we've had that issue with Matt Nagy where we felt like, man, maybe this guy is not a good play caller. He only did it for 6 games with the Kansas City Chiefs. Now we got a defensive coordinator calling plays who hasn't done it at all. What's your concern level there?
Well, it was strong. It was high, but I do think the Pettin hire negates some of my anxiety with that, because you're bringing in a guy that I think he was in Cleveland before Green Bay. Is that right?
Yes.
I know that Green Bay wasn't thrilled with him or he would still be there. But from an outsider's perspective, they seemed to do fairly fucking well on defense while he was there. And from my perspective, at least in the games against the Bears, but maybe that's an indictment on the Bears. But they were in the playoffs every year, in the championship game seemingly every year. So it's not like their defense was terrible. Mm-hmm. So anyway, you got a guy that's been there and that can provide some leadership. So if for some reason our DC's not pulling his weight, you got another guy that's that can do that job and has proven that he can do it before. It's like you have a great backup quarterback now. So if the starter fails, although we thought that last season, didn't we?
We did.
It's like if Mitch doesn't play well, we've got Foles. But okay. But Foles came in and won the Atlanta game. And that's maybe Mike Pettin is he's Nick Foles against the Falcons, maybe like our secret weapon, I guess, to help bring him along and be the coach, so to speak, on the other side. So I think that's a great hire.
Yeah.
I wonder, do you think if the Bears had it their way, if they could have reversed the timeline here, that they would, if they knew Green Bay was going to get rid of him after losing the championship game, would they have held out and hired him as the DC?
That's a great question, because I've pondered that myself. I'm kind of 50-50 on that. I think that the issue here is that as was talked about, and maybe I should play that soundbite next, is Fangio's defense has become very, very popular in the NFL. It's not the only defense that is popular, but right now it's considered the most innovative defense. I did a little research before the show, and a lot of people have been saying Doug Farrar, who we've had here in the bar room, he wrote a book about innovation in the NFL. And one of the things he wrote in a recent column for his blog, I think it's called winforthetouchdown.com or something like that. He talked about how the offense right now, we're in a stage in the NFL evolution table where it's the offense that's coming up with all of the innovation. And so we have to see the defense come up with innovation to combat what the offenses have done and what the rules have done to give offenses the opportunity to score these 40, 50-point games that we haven't seen. And so Vic Fangio is the one guy who has come up with disguising defenses. I went to 4 or 5 games of that 2018 season. Vic Fangio he had it down, man. He had players who knew the defense, and he was at his best with play calling. And what I noticed almost play after play after play is that those defensive backs, those guys in the backfield, they were shifting right at when the play clock was going 5, 4, 3. All of a sudden, they shift into some other pattern. They would shift from a zone to a man, from a man to a zone. They did all sorts of quirky stuff to confuse the quarterback. And that's become really popular since Fangio perfected it in 2018, and other teams now, it was the biggest factor for the LA Rams that particular season. They went on a losing streak after the Bears beat them on that primetime game, because
Goff's never been the same since.
And Goff, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So that's kind of an exciting thing that, we've got Sean Desai, who is a disciple of Fangio, coming in. And it's also exciting that we're mixing him in. We're providing for him, I should say, a defensive specialist who is really good at designing blitzes that get people free, so that all we have to do is send in 4, 5 guys and get pressure on the quarterback. That to me is pretty exciting.
Yeah, and even his predecessor up there, the guy who used to coach in Houston and Carolina, Capers.
Dom Capers, yeah.
Like Dom Capers, I know that they thought he was a failure up there, but he always shut down the Bears, though. Mm-hmm. They always have a way to stop our offense, regardless of how good or bad it is. So that to me makes the hire that much more strong, because you can maybe steal from this guy and say, okay, what is it about our offense that makes it so easy for you all to stop? And maybe we can learn from that now.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. And Desai talked about that in his press conference, that he isn't just going to help the defense. He's going to help the offense a lot. So I think that's a big part of the hire is, listen, we all know, with the exception of that 1-2 year brief period where the Packers slumped, the Packers are the team to beat and will be as long as Aaron Rodgers is a part of that team. So you got to figure out, how do you beat the Green Bay Packers? 1 win would be great as opposed to getting swept. 2 wins, then you're almost guaranteed the NFC Central crown, the NFC North crown, if you can beat the Packers twice. All right, next.
And
go ahead.
Real quick,
Please.
I just wanted to point out that, again, we hired Buddy from the Vikings. Mm-hmm. So, and the Vikings were the standard of the NFC Central at that time. I mean, they won the division every year. Every year.
That is good point.
Yeah, the Bears hadn't won a division championship since 63 before the 84 season. So I guess my point is, they took the guy from the standard bearer of the division, and they learned with him, and eventually, obviously, you know what it became. So maybe they can kind of do that again with the new standard bearer of the North, which is Mike Pettin and the Green Bay Packers.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, Desai was asked, he's been around for several years now, since 2012. What kind of changes is he seen in personnel, and what kind of changes does he expect?
The biggest transition that we went through was going from that traditional 4-3 to a big system of a 3-4 defense. And it took us a couple of years to get the personnel the way we wanted it. And I think we're at it and close to it. And then there'll be some adjustments, and there's always changes year in and year out in this league. And we're going to continue to harp on the type of brand of player that we want. And we're going to be physical. We're going to be tough. And we're going to value speed and those things, and brains and smarts. So all of those things I think are going to be important as we evaluate guys. And we're going to find the roles that fit these guys' skill set. I think that's really important. That's the thing that I learned from all those coordinators. And I think Vic was really masterful at that, making sure guys were in positions that suited them. And so we're going to continue that emphasis as well.
And I think that's a huge part of what we need here. You got this huge investment into Robert Quinn. How do you get him at double-digit sacks? This guy should have 10 sacks next season. How do you do that? Do you just bring him in on third downs on passing situations and say, go get the quarterback, and this whole freaking stuff about dropping back and coverage, just forget that? Or do you work with him so that he becomes a better versatile player, so that he can drop into coverage but also rush the quarterback and stuff? I don't know what the answer is, but Sean Desai has to figure that out. I think Robert Quinn is a huge part of this puzzle, because Pace made that huge effing commitment, and we're stuck with Quinn whether we like it or not. This season, with the salary cap being the way that it is, it's going to be almost impossible to transfer from Robert Quinn to somebody else. You can draft somebody and give somebody his a lot of Quinn snaps, but you just can't abandon the guy, because the salary cap, you'd be paying a lot of money for a guy who is no longer on the team. And whereas the other option is try to work with him, try to figure out how you can make him the player that he once was.
I agree. I don't want to get rid of Quinn. Like, if you heard him speak, I think he talked after the Jacksonville game. It was real late in the season.
Yes, it was after. Yeah.
And he was so honest about how much he was disappointed with his production. So again, you'd have to think that he's going to bust his ass. He's telling you, like, I fucking know. I get it. I sucked. So you have to think, you combine that with at least some sort of change in the scheme. I'm not buying in yet to say that he's going to do anything different. I'm just not. I'm going to wait and see and hope. Because, like, Chuck said all the right things too.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were still passive and soft. Real quick, he mentioned the switch from 4-3 to 3-4. What, being here where I am, back in the mid-90s when I didn't have Sunday Ticket yet, I watched like the Greg Lloyd, Kevin Green, Levon Kirkland era Steelers a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And their nickname back then was Blitzburg, and they had that 3-4, and they fucking hit you in the mouth constantly.
Yeah, right.
Now, they didn't win a championship with that team, but they were in the AFC title game seemingly every year.
Mm-hmm.
Went to one Super Bowl, and I had like this thought in my mind, because I'd seen so many of those games, like when we went to 3-4, like, oh man, maybe we can do like what Pittsburgh was doing in like 95. But it just seems like the whole time we've been running the 3-4, we've just been soft. But he mentioned that a couple of times today. I don't remember the exact verbiage, but he was saying that the Bears need to be aggressive and tough, and all these things that we hear are buzzwords, and like, yeah, let's do that. So I hope that we do that.
Well, if we don't, we're effed. That's the.
But I think Quinn, unless he's hurt or something bad happens in camp or whatever, I think Quinn, I don't know if he'll be back to where he was, but I think he'll be better than he was for us in 2020, because he knows. He told us. He knows he's got to work hard and get back to what his expectations were. I would love to hear Khalil Mack say that.
I think he did. He had a year-end press conference that didn't get a lot of pub. He's not the most outgoing speaker in press conferences and stuff, but hey, I know that nobody wants to excel more than Khalil Mack. Khalil Mack wants to be great, and it burns him that he's not delivering the kind of results that we are all expecting from him and he's expecting from himself. So, hopefully the injuries won't be an issue, and hopefully Desai's going to figure out the scheme that is going to get this done. All right. I got Desai talking about that this team doesn't need an overhaul. He was asked, you got to bring in a bunch of players and so forth. No, he had that analogy, which you mentioned earlier in the show. It's about tuning things up.
And I'm not a big car guy, right? So my analogies may not be great, but this is like a tune-up. We're going to refine some things, and we're going to make sure our players are playing to their strengths on a consistent basis. And they're going to buy into the system and the whys and the hows of why we're doing certain things. But we've got a good defense. We've got really good players here, and we've got a really good defense. And I'm with you all in terms of the stats. Somebody asked earlier, there was some regression, and we're going to overcome that. But we're going to do it in a positive way, and we're going to do it where the players are going to be able to shine through that defense. So, I think we'll build some depth, and we'll continue with our tough physical mindset of play and do that over a 16 to 20 week season.
Adam Hogue, who we all love, he's probably one of the best. He definitely is one of the best covers of media reporters on the Chicago Bears. He wrote a column for NBC Sports Chicago entitled Inside Sean Desai's Tune-Up of the Bears defense. I'm going to read a little bit from it, so bear with me here. He says the base of the defense is not going to be all that different from the Tampa 2 that the Bears used to run under Lovie Smith. Went up front with 4 and used team speed to cover on the back end. But it operates out of a 3-4 defense. The Fangio defense allows for a greater variety of coverages and more overlap. This results in lighter boxes and smaller runs allowed, but severely limits explosive plays by the offense. And if you listen to offensive coaches these days, that's a big thing that they talk about is getting offensive, explosive, big plays. The reason the Fangio defense is so successful is because it's most effective at limiting explosive plays. So he writes, what will be different under Desai? Number 1, more disguise and coverage. Number 2, adaptation to personnel. Those 2 things that Desai has talked about in the press conference. So, in reading Adam Hogue and knowing what I know, I'm optimistic that this could be big. Am I changing your mind a little bit, Dan?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I didn't mean to sound pessimistic. I'm hopeful, but I could also see it going the other way because I was hopeful for Chuck when they hired him too. I thought, well, at least he was a coordinator, at the Ravens and a head coach, and he said, we're going to be aggressive. Mac is a rush the passer kind of guy. So I bought in. I wasn't necessarily fired up the day they said they were going to hire him, but when I listened to that first press conference, I was like, yeah, he was satiating all my needs, so
all of them.
Well, yeah, maybe not all of them, but what I'm looking for from my defense.
Okay.
So yeah, but I'm rooting for this guy. I want it in a perfect world. We'll be coming back next year saying what a great hire this was.
Mm-hmm.
Because we thought it was going to be the Rodgers guy, right?
Well, yeah. Jay Rodgers, the defensive line coach, who has now moved on in essentially a lateral position. A lot of people thought that he was going to get hired as a defensive coordinator elsewhere, but he accepted a lateral decision. And Desai was asked about, some of these defensive coaches that have left for more long-term contracts. And Desai said, listen, I'm not going to begrudge anybody for, going somewhere else to get more guaranteed dollars, to get, a little bit more security. That's their personal decision. And I thought that was a really good response to that question.
I just hope he's not one of these guys that the veterans kind of don't respect.
I'm with you,
and
man.
Yeah, and don't think, you know what I mean? Like, could you see like the Lance Briggs thing with Mark Trestman? Like, we're not going to play hard for this guy. He's a fucking bum. Man, I hope that that's not the case where they don't think, well, this guy shouldn't be the coordinator. So, like, Akeem Hicks not playing hard for him or something. But then again, someone like Akeem could be a cap casualty, unfortunately, anyway. But
yeah, I'm
what do you think about JJ Watt? I know there's no money to get him.
Well, I got
his
JJ.
wife is in Chicago, right? So
that's right. I got JJ Watt on our list of things to do. Let's get through these Sean Desai sound bites. I've got three or four more. Let's talk or let's listen to Sean talk about what's the ID, the identification. What is the identity, of the Sean Desai defense? Something that the Bears offense still hasn't figured out. Let's see if Sean has the identity of the Bears defense in mind.
It's going to be something that's palpable. Whether you're watching the tape, whether you're watching it at home, or whether you're in the stadium. And things that you can feel are physicalness. You can feel toughness. You can feel discipline. You can feel a sense of swarming to the ball and finishing. Those are things that we're going to be able to hang our hats on from a coaching perspective, from a player perspective, and that's where it's going to start. And then when we get into scheme and things like that, we're going to have our identity. And then again, like I said, we're not going to talk about those things here, but you guys are astute enough to be able to identify that quickly, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because it's okay if you guys know, it's okay if other people know, but we're going to know what we're going to be and we're going to do, and we're going to do it at a high level.
I like what he said there. I mean, he's kind of identified this defense. It's going to be palpable. I'm not going to tell you exactly what we're going to be doing, but it's palpable. You're going to feel it even when you're watching on television. That you're going to feel it. The one thing about Sean that doesn't concern me, but I question is he doesn't have that kind of alpha male tone to himself. He seems like,
but neither did Lovey.
That is true. That is very, very true. And Lovey's defense was rock'em sock'em defense. That's a great point. Sean Desai is definitely a very smart guy. I mean, this guy, what was I got somewhere here. He's got a doctorate in educational administration with an emphasis in higher education that he got in Temple back in May 2008. And so this guy is a really, really smart guy. So hopefully he's going to figure out how to fire these guys up to go out there and sacrifice their bodies, because that's what we're talking about here. Sacrifice their bodies and really make some big hits, because that's Chicago Bears football, man.
Wasn't Henry Burris from Temple as well?
Yeah, he was.
Because they gave him a promotion too, right?
That's right. He was an intern in 2020, and now he's been promoted to, I think, a quality control specialist, which is what Desai was. So that's good to see. Good to see Burris on the squad.
Lots of Temple representing with the Bears. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Bill Cosby went to Temple, I think.
Oh, my gosh. Bill Cosby has one of the great comedy albums where he talks about his playing days at Temple, and that when they would play against Hofstra, those guys were like 6'8", and they
that's draft Dr. Phil Hofstra, right?
That's right. Draft Dr. Phil went to Hofstra. Yeah.
Yeah, and Wayne Corbett. Phil Atoshin and Wayne Corbett.
How about that? All right. We've got our guy talking about what he we mentioned this earlier about the popularity of the Vic Fangio defense. This is Sean Desai on that topic.
The why I think the defense is popular is I think we've got answers. I think we've got answers. I think you've got tools. I think it emphasizes player productivity and really emphasizes a team defense. We're not looking for one guy to win all the time. We're going to have opportunities for a lot of guys to win in different situations. And I think that's a valuable thing. And I think we can put pressure on a quarterback and opposing offenses in different ways. And we're going to do that. And that pressure doesn't mean 5, 8, 6, 7-man rushes. It means mental pressure. It means physical pressure. And I think the defense allows us to do that. So I think that's a reason of why it's, like you said, hot. And let's not forget now, right? Like the defense has withstood the test of time, right? So it might be hot now, and that could just be guys like you guys are catching on to it. But the defense was good at San Francisco when he was doing it then. and it was good in New Orleans Saints when he was the outside linebacker coach back then. So that part of it, I think, it's proven through the test of time, and it's adjusted and it's been adaptable through all different kinds of offenses.
Dan, what do you think he means when he says mental pressure? Does he mean like, spitting on quarterbacks and just, scaring the shit out of them?
No, I think it was last week when you mentioned in the criticism of Sam Darnold, that NFL Films footage where he said he was seeing ghosts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what he means. He wants you to to be hearing footsteps that may or may not even be there. We want to hit you so often that you're just expecting it. So mentally we get into your head, kind of like, again, the Ditka Bears in that regard. So I don't know that the Bears defense was that ferocious when Vic was here. I mean, again, I'm not hating. I'm a Bears fan. But I mean, if in terms of physical, and what was the primary difference? This guy, Sean, was here for both runs, obviously going back to Mel Tucker. But what exactly, how would he define the differences between, say, 2018 under Vic and the last two under Chuck with almost the same personnel? Like, what was wrong? No, the safeties were different because, like you said, Amos went to Green Bay. But
right.
What exactly did Chuck do that was so wrong?
Well,
I mean, as a novice, I can look at and tell you a couple of things that I didn't like specifically, but I'd like to hear Sean say it.
Yeah, but like, he's not going to share that.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, for all he's saying to me is just coach speak. Like, none of this really matters. The Bears are still going to be predicted to go 3-13 or 4-12. And what are you going to do about it?
Mm-hmm.
You watch when the Sporting News predictions and things like that come out. We're going to be predicted to finish last in the North, guaranteed. 5-11, 4-12, somewhere through there. The Bears are going to be predicted to finish last in that division.
Well, here's I got our good friend here at the bar room, Mark Grody. He's been on a number of times on WSCR, the Score 670. He talked about Sean Desai's press conference, and he touches on that point that you just brought up. So let me play that here. This is about a little over a minute long.
Incredibly driven, intelligent man. I mean, this is a guy who has never played in the game. He has never coordinated the game. He has never called plays in a game. Yet, the team has faith in this guy, and I think it's because he's impressive, he's driven. But you figure, like, if a guy is an assistant, a lot of times they have to know their place, and they can't be loud and say what they think they want to have happen. But in their brain, in their mind, while being an assistant, while Sean Desai had all these jobs, he's had to collect a lot of moments where he's like, you know what, I would do this differently. Even under Chuck Pagano the last 2 years, even though he respected him, there had to have been moments where he said, you know what, I would have done something. I probably would have let 58 Roquan Smith blitz a little bit more. Or maybe when Danny Trevathan was struggling, I would have put somebody else in or compensated in a different way. Or maybe when needed, I would have put a little bit more pressure on Aaron Rodgers and not given him as much time as he had in that embarrassing primetime game that they had. So I think there's a lot of little bits of intel that Sean Desai has been collecting and that he's going to put into play. And Speaks, you mentioned Eddie Jackson. That's an easy dot to connect, too. He's worked with Eddie Jackson for the last 2 years as a position coach. And, again, under Vic Fangio, he was a superstar. He was a straight-up superstar under Fangio. He made his name and made his money under him. So it's not going to definitely correlate to all of a sudden Eddie Jackson being a star again and at the level that he had been playing at. But it's fair to think that Desai has a pretty good formula or idea of how to get him back to where he was at a level 10.
What do you think about Mark's words there?
I hope that he's right. I think as Bear fans, if we're going to win next year and be a surprise team, that Eddie's probably going to need to get some interceptions again. It doesn't necessarily have to be pick six splash plays like he was making 3 years ago. But, I mean, we're going to have to, as a defense, you're going to have to get turnovers. Again, it doesn't have to be the same amount that they had in 2018, but something in the same ballpark. You don't have to have 38 or whatever it was. I mean, but God, you got to have like more than 10, you know?
Sure.
You got to get turnovers or sacks, something big. just to get some semblance of intimidation, because they were beaten so soundly, so many yards, like 400 and 500 yards a game by the opponent. Rodgers looked like, you saw the games. I mean, especially the one on Sunday night. He knew what we were doing every play, it seemed, and was like laughing about it.
Yep.
I mean, we were a fucking joke again. So that's why I'd like to hear Mike Pettin say, what are your thoughts on this? How can you help us finally beat those other fucks?
Yeah, I would love the Bears to make Mike Pettin available to the media and to do it soon. By the way, Geek Devotion says, hey, can't stay around, got to get up early, but I want to let you guys know that you are loved, and I hope you have an amazing stream. Much love. So I'm sure he sending most of that to you, because again, I'm live. My face is actually moving. It's not a photograph, and people are saying, wow, this motherfucker is ugly. Whereas you've got this very
I appreciate
sexy
his comments, and I'm sure they're equal to both of us.
You've got this very sexy photograph of yourself. Now, you told me that when you took this photograph, you were actually doing like a Jack Nicholson kind of thing. Was that this?
Oh, is that the one? Yeah, it was like a joke I was thinking of the Shining cover.
Yeah.
So from the angle, I was thinking of Nicholson. That was not that I was specifically trying to look like Nicholson, but it was like, me if I were doing the box, the cover of the Shining. That's what I was thinking at the time.
I got just two more Sean Desai sound bites, but James Foster just said something that just made my heart miss a beat. James Foster says, Bears 3-13 as of today in my book. Look at the schedule. Yes, James, I know. I've looked at that schedule. It's pretty fucking awful. But I'm not going to make any predictions because we still don't have a team. We're still under the 2020 football calendar. And so as of right now, Mitch Trubisky is the quarterback of the Chicago Bears, but he's not going to be in 2021. We're going to see who that quarterback is, and hopefully it's a young dynamite first-round draft pick quarterback with Nick Foles. I think this is what's going to happen. Nick Foles is going to be the starting quarterback game 1, but by game 3-4, it's going to be somebody like Mac Jones. But I'm jumping ahead of.
Well, that means the Bears are losing then.
Oh, no.
Unless it's a situation like the Dolphins where they were winning with Fitzpatrick and said, "Oh, we're just going to put Tua in anyway."
Yeah, I think it's going to be something like that, and I think that, personally thinking, I think Mac Jones is a much better quarterback than Tua Tagovailoa. I think I finally pronounced that name correctly. All right, I want to play. Did I play the one about Vic Fangio? Yeah, the popularity, but this is the final one actually. This is Sean Desai talking about what he learned from Vic Fangio.
Preparation that I was able to witness him do week in and week out, and the truth be told, I had a front row seat at him calling a game. We were both in the booth, and he sat next to me, or I sat next to him, I should say. He got to choose where he wanted to sit. I was just put next to him, but I sat next to him, and so you were able to. I was able to reflect every game, within a game and after a game, of why certain things happen, certain situations, why he called that. Now, does that mean I'm going to do it the same way? No. Would he want me to do it the same way? No. Right? I mean, this is going to be Sean Desai's defense. And the 2018 defense was the best defense in 2018, right? And our goal is going to be the best defense in 2021. And I think that's what our players are going to embrace and understand, and that's what we want to do. We don't want to look in the rearview mirror in terms of what could have and should have been. We want to look forward and really embrace that as a challenge to be the best defense in the league next year. And I think we're going to have the tools and the players and the teaching and the coaching to do that.
That was a good closing soundbite from Sean Desai. I'm the eternal optimist when it comes to the Bears. It's why I've been following them since 1967, 68. I'm still a fan. Just won Super Bowl over all those years. So I'm the eternal optimist. And, they got to obviously get the quarterback situation figured out. And we'll talk about that as our next topic. But overall, I walked away from the Sean Desai introductory press conference feeling pretty good. if I'm Bears management, if I'm the head coaching staff, the general manager, and the communications department, because they play a role in this too, I'm feeling pretty good about how Sean performed today in front of the cameras. And you know, you look for little nuggets about what he is saying and stuff. And so I think that the biggest.
I've got one for you then.
Please, then.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm being slightly facetious, but if we're looking for little nuggets,
okay,
all of this love, like how many times, this is a rhetorical question, how many times was Vic Fangio mentioned in this press conference? So essentially, what are we saying here? Chuck was fucking awful.
Yeah.
I mean, is that what we're saying? I mean, it feels like we're saying the defense was good in 2018. This guy learned under Vic. Yeah, the last 2 years were fucking terrible. That guy didn't know what he was doing. And he's part of the reason why we sucked the last 2 years. So we're going back to the way the other guy did it. Am I wrong? That's what it sounds like to me. That's what I kept thinking. I almost wanted to ask, like, did you learn anything under Chuck? Did Chuck show you anything positive?
I think he did say something. Oh, he did say, I learned how to better relate to players, because that was Pagano's best attribute, is how he talked to players and had that kind of buddy approach to them. But you're absolutely right. I think you read that right. And that is what the Chicago media is basically what they took away from this press conference. For instance, I'm looking at the headline from the Chicago Sun-Times newspaper: Bears turn to Vic Fangio coaching tree when hiring Sean Desai. And the subparagraph here is the Bears, though, might have plucked a coordinator off the Fangio coaching tree 2 years late, since the Bears hired Pagano for an underwhelming 2-year stint. The NFL has embraced Fangio's defense as a potential solution to the next wave of eye-popping quarterbacks. And so that is the headline. That is the headline, is that the Bears goofed. When Fangio went away, they should have retained his staff. They should have promoted Ed Donatel, the defensive back coach, and kept Brandon Staley, who is now the defensive coordinator the head coach with the Chargers. He left the Bears. He became the linebackers coach with the Rams, and now he's the head coach. So
doesn't he seem like the kind of guy that could be fired in 2 years, though?
Brandon Staley, yeah, but I kind of like him, though. I kind of like him, so I would be surprised that happens.
If they lose, though, they're gonna be like, man, we need to hire a coach to help our quarterback win some games.
Yeah, well, that's the key thing, and I haven't looked into who he has as his offensive staff, but because he's a defensive guy, so he's going to go in there and he's going to improve that Chargers defense. But you know, what ideas is he going to bring to the offense, and who's going to be his offensive coordinator and stuff? I don't know that, but nonetheless, you know, the point is that the Vic Fangio coaching tree is flourishing, and the Bears were 2 years too late and taking advantage of that when they had all these guys under contract here in Chicago. And now finally they've announced a defensive coordinator who is going to adapt these Fangio schemes and hopefully make them work for the Bears.
So it's fair. Bears. Is it fair for me to deduce then, because we were all over this a few weeks ago, like, how could George not make a change? You know,
you're right, man.
So is it fair to deduce that they spoke, they had lots of copious conversations, and the gist was Chuck was such a failure that if you give us a semblance of the defense we had, we can win with Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace. Is that fair for me to think that that's what he thinks now?
I think it's
all
this
Vic Fangio talk. It sounds like it's codified language that Chuck was the reason we weren't winning. I don't know if that's fair in itself. Kind of feels like you're scapegoating him, but there's some truth to it.
I think so. I think you're right.
For sure.
By the way, Laz says, is that a picture of Kevin Spacey or Dan Aguirre?
Oh, come on. Hey, Kevin Spacey, you take out, it's kind of like, we'll mention Manson again later, which was so uncomfortable last week. But we all, I mean, unless you just want to kick him because of the stuff that happened later in his career, he was a fine actor.
Oh yeah.
Like he was great in Seven and
Tons of stuff.
American Beauty,
L.A. Confidential.
You know, I never watched L.A. Confidential.
Oh,
I've
you
seen it
have
on
to,
all the
Dan.
time.
It's one of my favorite movies. Top 25. Absolutely great movie.
I'll check it out if it comes back on again. Then
I'll send you the DVD.
But you know, a movie he played for liberals that we like. I don't know if you saw it. 2003. I saw it at the theater where Kevin Spacey makes himself look like a murderer, but the whole point is it's anti death penalty legislation kind of a movie. God, what was it called? I'm doing a terrible job of selling it.
Oh, that's all right.
So fucking good.
Kevin Spacey. What year was it? 2003? 2003 movie. Google search it, baby. What do you got? The Life of David Gale?
That's it. Fucking tremendous movie. But again, if you were a right winger, you wouldn't like that movie.
Why?
It's very political. Like I don't know where Spacey necessarily feels, but the people that produced and wrote this film were left wingers for sure.
Directed by Alan Parker, great filmmaker right there.
The comment was made at one point in the movie that something like, I haven't watched it in a decade, but it was like 95% of all serial killers are Republicans. You know?
Oh, that's wrong.
Yeah. So again,
true, but wrong.
You'll be like, fuck this movie. But yeah, it was a really good film. He was a good actor, and it's just too bad.
I think he still is a good actor. Look at when he goes on Twitter and he denies these charges of abuse. You know, he's definitely acting. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, but is his career in a movie sense over?
I think so. I don't think anybody.
Yeah, it feels like he's a pariah now. Yeah. I mean, and that's unfortunate because the guy was very talented.
Stacy says David Gale movie, the worst ever made. She didn't like it.
I thought it was great. I think you would like it too.
Stacy's going to be on next week here, and you guys are going to debate movies. Stacy, by the way, I don't know if you know Stacy Hefner. She's on Twitter. She's been a loyal fan of the Bar Room. She loves our show, and she is a huge horror movie fan. And so we're going to talk horror movies. Is that
the Stacy loves? I was just talking to her on like.
No, that's a different lady. Stacy loves the Bears.
Stacy loves horror. I was like, I was just talking to her.
Christopher says, side note, how about them Blackhawks? Oh, yeah, their Blackhawks are great. Christopher, this is a Bears show.
I don't know anything about hockey. I can't help you there.
When you come to Chicago, if it's hockey season, I'm dragging you to a Blackhawks game if the gates are open because I want you to experience that.
I'm going to be like a 5-year-old son to you. Like, what does that mean? What's the rule here? I don't understand. Like, when I was about 8 or 9, 10, somewhere through there, I really was trying to pick up on the game and just know the rules, and I don't understand icing or when they're off sides. I don't know what the fuck's happening.
Then we are going to a Blackhawks game. It's me, you, beers, and chicks. We're gonna pick a lot of chicks too.
Well, let's just hope there's a fucking situation in the world that allows us to go to games.
How about it? Hey, just put a bow on this Sean Desai thing. Is what I'm really looking forward to is the possibility that the Bears are going to get back to that 2018 defense, and that is getting sacks. They had 50 sacks this year. On our video feed, I'm actually playing some highlights of some of the sacks that they got. The first one was against the Packers backup quarterback because they knocked out Aaron Rodgers for a while. Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and so forth. This Bears defense was ferocious, and they were creating sacks because it was a coordinated approach towards their defense. Their defensive backs made it very difficult for the quarterback to find an open receiver. And now I'll play some highlights of some of the interceptions that the team got. The great pressure helped out the defense create interceptions. Remember Khalil Mack, first game against the Packers? He gets an interception, takes it for the touchdown. Unbelievable. Against the Tampa Bay Bucks. Draft Dr. Phil and I were at this game. Number 99, Aaron Lynch with the interception. Tons and tons of turnovers that season.
He had a pick six, Lynch?
No, Lynch just a pick. And so
the one I remember that season was Amukamara against the Seahawks.
yes,
Real late in the game. It was a Monday night game.
Yes. I'm going to invite Amukamara on this show. Would you like to talk to him?
Sure. Where did he play last year? I know he went to the Raiders and got cut.
Yeah.
Did he actually?
I think his career is over
afterwards. But did he play on the field?
I think his career is over. So I think we can.
I would love to talk to Prince again about. It's just too bad he wasn't there. Well, yeah, he was there 1 year with Chuck. He was there in the 19 team, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, that would be perfect then. We could talk about the differences between Vic and Chuck. And, of course, he would be so diplomatic and wouldn't take any cheap shots. But we wouldn't ask him for a cheap shot. We would just say, hey, how would you, football for dummies here. But what's the primary difference between this man's scheme versus this man's scheme?
Exactly. Great point. Great point.
That's the way I would do it without any malice. We don't want him to say that Chuck is, shitty, but like, why? I think if you asked him analytically why this defense wasn't as effective with Chuck, I think he would give you an analytical response.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm totally with you. And my own opinion, if you're asking me the question, I think I mentioned it earlier in the show, is just the innovation in the game has passed Fangio up. That's the challenge with people who have been in the league for a long time is, are you going to stick to your guns or are you going to change with the game? And one of the things that Sean Desai said at today's press conference is that he stays on top of what is happening with, particularly with offenses, to see how they are evolving so that he can adjust in his thinking. And so that's really, really important that you have coaches that aren't just stuck in their ways. Rex Grossman is our quarterback. That was wrong. I'm sorry, Lovey. You have to adjust and you have to make the necessary changes in order to combat what you're faced with.
Yeah, I'm worried that our coach now, the head coach, is the one who can't change.
Yeah, because of his ego, as you've said.
Right. His inability to. I still fear that week one he's going to come out trying to run this same shit. That we're not going to run the ball except 2 or 3 plays a half, and we want to pass every play. We want to be in shotgun every play. I'm terrified that's what he's going to try to go. He's going to try to be Kansas City light again.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we always hear on politics from left-wingers is you can't be Republican light. If they want, that's like Hillary Clinton. She's Republican light in a lot of ways, but if Democrats or if Republicans aren't going to just vote for you because you're kind of conservative on some issues, they're just going to vote for the Republican.
Yeah.
Like Hillary said, her people, the day of the election, they were arguing how they weren't going to Pittsburgh to pick up more voters. They were going to Philly to try to convert some Republicans. And you're not going to do that.
Nope.
So I'm not trying to hate on Republicans. I think you understand my point.
I do. You like to look at the life through the lens of politics, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, I think it makes for.
By the way, Stacy says that you are a good guy.
Well, thank you, Stacy.
She's going to be on the show, so you guys can elaborate on
I immediately thought of that cheesy song.
Which one?
Stacy's mom's got it going on, or whatever.
Oh, isn't there another one? No, that's the only Stacy song that I know. Yeah, it's a good song. I'll have it ready next week. All right, let's turn our attention to J.J. Watt. You brought him up, and I am of the feeling that J.J. Watt still has a lot of gas. Maybe not a lot of gas, but he's still got some gas in the tank. And I got into a Twitter debate very briefly with somebody who said, he doesn't have anything left. Well, that's not the case. I've got some 2020 highlights of J.J. Watt. He played at a high level. He had 5 or 6 sacks. He played all 16 games. He was one of only a handful of guys, defensive players, to play over 1,000 snaps. I think there was only 5 or 6 guys in the NFL who played over 1,000 snaps. J.J. Watt was one of them. Yes, he went through 2 consecutive seasons where he only played a handful of games. He had some injury issues. But and I actually predicted it back then that J.J. Watt was never going to be the same player that he once was. And I'm not saying that he is going to be or that he was in 2020 that same player, but he is still a good player. I would love it if J.J. Watt and Robert Quinn were on the Chicago Bears and they shared that $30 million salary that's going to Quinn, because then I would see that as value. Watt, at whatever he's going to be asking, if he's going to be asking 10 million, 7 million, no, he would have to come to the Chicago Bears because he feels that they are on the cusp of winning a Super Bowl, and that probably won't happen because we don't have a quarterback yet. So
if I were going to take this a negative way,
mm-hmm.
I would think like, oh man, we're going to get Jared Allen. He had 22 sacks for the Vikings and then like 12, and then he comes to the Bears and has like 5.
Yeah.
So you don't want it to be like Jared Allen is he because he's only a few seasons away from having 22 fucking sacks.
Yeah.
And then we get him and he had nothing left. So you'd hate for that to be J.J. Watt, but I would take the swing if they were, like you said, if he's willing to do a 1-year kind of prove it deal.
No, he's not. He has nothing to prove.
But you know what I mean, in the sense that he's willing to take a sort of a discount kind of thing with the 1-year short-term deal.
Right.
He could say, hey, my wife plays in Chicago. I kind of want to be here, or something like that.
He wants a ring. That's what he wants. That's what's going to dictate his decision. That not playing with his brothers in Pittsburgh, not because the weather is great in Miami, not because Chicago has Portillo's, a place he loves to eat. He wants a ring, and that is what is going to make his decision. That's how I feel.
If people really think the Mac is still a great player, but I'm not saying they don't, but if he does, the opportunity to play with Mac and,
that's a great
maybe
point.
Robert Quinn,
mm-hmm.
maybe you could be a part of what you would think on paper could be some historic defense, and that you could win. Plus, your wife is here, and he's from Wisconsin anyway, right? So he's from the Midwest, and he's used to the weather. So it's not like, he grew up. Although he's been in Texas all these years now, but still, it's not like it's going to be culture shock to where he's like, "Fuck, it's cold there," because he grew up there. He knows what to expect. So Allen Robinson, he was in Florida a few years, but hell, he grew up in Michigan. So he knew, what it was like here. Because for a lot of people, they don't want to be here in the cold. I can remember that famous highlight on Sunday Night Football in 2005, the game that Rex comes in when Orton finally got benched. And in the highlights before on Inside the NFL, Alex Brown and Lovey and Bernard Berrien were talking about how cold it was.
Mm-hmm.
And Berrien said he had never been this cold. And something like Alex Brown was like, fuck, I'm from Florida. I hate this. Are you kidding? No, I don't like this. Because they were like, well, you like it. You're on defense. This is bear weather, right? He's like, fuck, I'm from Florida. He's like, I don't like this shit because it was like 5 below on a wind chill. But I'm saying it wouldn't be an impact on Watt.
No.
I mean, I just don't think Watt could probably get a 2 or 3 year deal with like the Packers or somebody like that, where on paper he's going to have a better chance to win and they can offer him more money.
Yep.
I don't think he'll be a Bear. I would like it if he would take it. But if you get him, you may have to cut Hicks.
Exactly. I was going to bring that up. Because really, you would have to substitute his salary with one of the defensive players, and Akeem Hicks is the most likely. I would hate to see Akeem Hicks. He's one of my favorite all-time Chicago Bears. So you have to kind of weigh, do you get more value out of that the edge player J.J. Watt or that more interior player Akeem Hicks? Now, I say interior player with Akeem Hicks, knowing that he also plays on that left defensive end position. So it's a complicated look at this thing, but you just can't say, yeah, just bring him in, pay him what he wants. That's not the case. It's just not going to happen that way. So the Tony Moy and a couple of other people have said in the chat room, he probably will go to Green Bay because he's from Wisconsin, because they're a closer. Aaron Curran says they're closer to winning the Super Bowl than we are. And I think that's a great point. That's probably where he will end up, or somebody else said he probably will go to Pittsburgh Steelers, where his brothers are. And if Big Ben comes back for another season, they have a chance at winning a Super Bowl. So
Minnesota could be another.
No, please.
Because you'd have to think the Vikings will probably tell you that all we have to do is get our defense to playing back the way it was 2 years ago, and we're Super Bowl candidates.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were in the divisional round 2 years ago, and last year, what was their problem? Their defense fell off. They lost too many people. So I think if they think they could plug in a player like J.J. Watt, I'm sure they think they can win the NFC North.
Mm-hmm. So how much would you be willing to give a J.J. Watt to bring him to Chicago? Would you be willing to sacrifice an Akeem Hicks? Would you be willing to, take a win it all? Let's say you're able to find a quarterback like a Derek Carr, and it's not going to cost you a lot. Let's say you can figure out a way to get him into the salary, but you got to make some sacrifices. So what I'm trying to ask here is, what kind of sacrifices are you going to make for a J.J. Watt? And do you think that he's that necessary for the Chicago Bears to get back to that 2018 level?
In theory, it could only help Mac to have another guy that can put pressure on the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So that sounds good, and like, oh, you're reeling me in. But if I'm making the decision, it's not exactly like Watt has been, the J.J. Watt because of injuries. He's a super guy. Whenever Texas has, a hurricane, he's the first guy giving up his own money to help people that lost their home. Watson did the same thing. He was helping their cafeteria workers and things with the Texans. So you got to respect that. But in the same regard, Akeem Hicks is our guy. Akeem's been here since like 16. He's been through some bad shit, like 3-13.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I know he hurt his arm, and then last year he wasn't the same after the hamstring. But you have to think that Akeem's only 30, right? I mean, he's got something left. If I'm making the decision, I'm keeping Hicks over Watt. If it came down to this guy versus this guy. Like, you have to cut 9.6 to get J.J. Watt, then I'm going to stay with Hicks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that maybe I'm biased and I need to pull my head out of my ass, but I just think Hicks probably has more left in the tank. Plus, he's our guy.
Right.
I know there's no loyalty in sports, but for fuck's sake, I'm a fan. I'm not the actual owner. So I would like to see Akeem win with us because he's been through the bad times.
I'll tell you this.
Is a long, long season,
I'll tell you this. I'm Sean Desai. I'm picking up the phone tomorrow, and I'm calling Akeem and say, Akeem, I'm fighting for you to be here. I want you to be here, and you are in our plans for 2021 and hopefully beyond. But here's what I want you to do. I want you to get in the best shape of your career. I think you've been carrying too much weight. And I think that part of the issues that you've had with injuries is because of the weight that you're carrying. So I want you to slim down 20 pounds, 15 pounds. I talk to my strength and conditioning guys and figure out what the best weight is for him. And then tell him, dude, I'm not going to go out and say, you're going to get fined if you don't lose weight, but I'm asking you, do this for yourself, do this for the team, and I'm challenging you to come into the best shape because the last 2 seasons, I want to say the last 2 seasons, because when I was out in Bourbonnais, I was shooting video with my camera, and that was one of the things I tweeted out. I said, Akeem looks bigger than I've seen him in the past. And that's when the injuries started. So I'm not enamored with that extra weight that Hicks is carrying.
Yeah, I definitely see your point, and I can't disagree with it. Only thing I can say, the hamstring definitely could be a result of that because it wasn't even cold that night.
Mm-hmm.
But the arm was such a freakish injury. It doesn't matter if he was 20 pounds lighter or not. I mean, that just was kind of like that Kyle Long play against Tampa where he got rolled up on and had to get carted, and it was never the same again. It was just an unfortunate thing. So if he were lighter, his arm, what I'm saying? His arm was, I would have to think his arm wouldn't keep him back from ever being a dominant player again. But like you said, if he could gain a little bit more muscle in the stomach area and things like that, or at least less chubby. And I don't want to be a dick here, because again, I feel like a hypocrite if I'm saying that, because I'm too heavy myself. But
you're not a professional athlete, though.
Yeah, exactly. Akeem does look a little bit. Look, if Dan Hampton and Ed Obranovich think that Khalil Mack is out of shape, Khalil Mack looks like he's cut out of fucking iron compared to Akeem Hicks.
How about it? No shit.
I mean, like he looks much more like a quote unquote athlete than Akeem does.
Mm-hmm.
And they harp on that on WGN all the time. Like, this guy, to be getting as much as he's getting paid, it's irresponsible for him to be as out of shape as he is.
Mm-hmm.
And these two guys played for the Bears, as you know. So if they're saying that, I mean, I'm not saying that means it's a fact, but damn, they say it all the time. But yeah, but Hicks looks a lot worse than Mac.
He does. Hey, Dan, I asked you to come prepared to talk a little bit about some of your favorite Bears defenses of the past. Are you ready to go with that segment?
I can contemplate. I had forgotten about it, honestly. But fine. I can roll some off the top of my head. Sure.
All right. Well, I want you to do that while I run to the washroom. So give me 90 seconds. That's all I need to empty my bladder. And so I'm going to turn it over to you. Let me find a nice picture of you. Hold on a second.
You're going to give me a bed in the background?
Do you want a bed in the background? I can do that.
I don't want to talk dry here by myself.
All right. Here's a picture of you and Marilyn Manson.
That was so uncomfortable.
What kind of a bed would you like?
Just give me some NFL films.
NFL films music. Oh my gosh. I love it. Pride and the Glory.
There you go.
The reason I love your finger, well, that's easy. I can make.
No, go away. It's a funny guy talking.
Pop up.
Here it comes. Take it away, brother.
The Chicago Bears, a team that's supposed to be a defensive juggernaut. My music's gone.
Oh, it's there.
Oh, there's a team that's built on tradition and pride and smacking you in the fucking mouth. They've gotten away from that the last couple of years. We've been playing bend, don't break, 450 yards of total offense. We've been surrendering. And oh, by the way, our pass rushers are back in coverage, and we've been playing soft. We haven't been capitalizing on our assets. So we're hoping going into 2021, what we're going to do is we're going to get pressure. I think that's the main difference between Vic and Chuck Pagano, is that we need to hit the quarterback. Aaron Rodgers could not thrive under the pressure that Tampa Bay put on him. Furthermore, Patrick Mahomes also failed under the same defense, even though they weren't blitzing in the Super Bowl. The pressure that Todd Bowles put on those two quarterbacks was the difference. And if you look at the Chicago Bears, when we play Green Bay, we never get any pressure on Aaron Rodgers. None. If you want to beat Rodgers, we have to knock him down. I don't want to sound like Al Davis here, but the quarterback must go down, and he must go down hard. So it's time for the defense to become physical. When we think of the Bears, we think about sacks. We think about the 46. I know it's a different era, but fuck, man. We can do what you can do in modern day football. We're playing a soft cover two, it feels like. Never, ever getting any pressure. At the very least, let's get our corners up and bump and run. Jam the receivers. Stop the fucking slant. It's always open against the Packers. I'm tired of the defense just being soft. And that happened a little bit under Vic as well. Let's get back to the days of a Mike Singletary and a Wilbur Marshall hitting somebody. And it's a cliche to bring up 85 at this point. But, I mean, let's go. Okay, let's be Ricardo McDonald again. 1998. We weren't any good, but goddamn it, our defense was good. In terms of they could hit you hard. Are you back from the piss?
Yeah, man. I've been back for the last 10 seconds, 15 seconds. People in the chat room are just loving it, man.
That's what we need, is some fucking pressure. And I think I mean, like when we were disputing each other's opinions on the games week by week, that was my biggest thing was the defense. And it's kind of like the Open when you say like, we won, but I'm going to be upset for it. That's the way I felt about our defense. I was like, there's no way we can sustain. I didn't think we'd go from 5-1 to 8-8. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to take credit for that. I'm just saying I didn't think we could go from 5-1 to 14-2 unless our defense was able to tighten things up. And just those gaping yards, like, third down and 26 from the Green Bay at their own 5. You know what's going to happen. It's Rodgers. Oh, there's a completion. Oh, that's a first down. First down, Green Bay, a gain of 28 yards on 3rd and 26. I mean, it always happened. Devontae Adams with the catch. And, now the Bears are off sides. Rodgers throws deep. It's a touchdown. It's a touchdown. Oh, he got behind the Bears safeties again. Who's that? That's that fucker that dropped the pass. What's his name? Saint, whatever. What's the guy's name that dropped the pass on time again? Yeah, that guy. Whatever.
That guy, yes.
You get the point. The Bears will have Green Bay backed up at their own 5. 3 or 4 plays later, they've scored. That's what we need. We need to be able to stop shit like that happening. The Bears were better at like 3rd and 1 than they were at like 3rd and 20. Like, I mean, that's seriously, like they had to, if the other team ran the ball on 3rd down or 4th and 1, we could stop them in a lot of instances. But if it was, 3rd and 20 plus, they always gave it up. And that just is unacceptable.
Yep. Equanime is St. Brown, I'm being told in the chat room.
Yeah, there you go. But the defense that I liked a lot, and we've mentioned him because some of the shit that he said on air, but I liked Greg Blosh. I thought Urlacher would have probably, at least statistically, been better in Blosh's defense for the duration of his career, especially if he had Ted Washington there, a 3 or 4 year run and was still playing good football before he got hurt. Because Blosh used Urlacher in a way where he was generating a lot of sacks in comparison with Lovey, where Lovey had him dropping back in. I mean, I'm not saying Urlacher didn't thrive in that, but I think his statistics would have been, he was never going to be Ray Lewis, but his statistics could have been closed the gap between he and Ray if he was with Blosh, like, 3 or 4 more years before he went to Lovey. But I really like that defense, the Mike Brown, R.W. McQuarters, Jerry Azuma, in the back there, and Ted Washington up front, and Keith Traylor and Urlacher. And that team, you had Urlacher and Warwick Holdman and Roosevelt Colvin. You thought, we've got 3 young stud linebackers. And they're our draft picks. These are our guys. Right. We've drafted these 3 and go 13-3, and in like 2 years they're gone. Other than Urlacher. Like, how is that? Why does that always happen? We drafted Wilbur Marshall, 1st round, 84. Couple years, he's gone. Even when we do hit on our picks, we don't want to fucking keep the guys that we draft. Adrian Amos, again, I wasn't a huge proponent of him like you were, but you have been proven to be right. Again, he's our guy, and we let him go straight to Green Bay. So even when we hit on our draft picks, we don't usually keep them, it feels like, with the exception of Urlacher or Singletary, someone that plays their whole career here.
Ravi in the chat room is saying, you are talking my language, man. And a lot of other people agree with you. There have been a lot of players that the Bears have drafted, started to develop, and either gave up on them too quickly or what.
Nick Kwiatkowski.
There's another guy who right now probably would have had a better year than Danny Trevathan if he had been kept and signed, extended his contract as opposed to extending Danny Trevathan's contract. And nothing against Danny T, but the truth of the matter is that Danny T was not in shape for the first half of the season.
Something wasn't right.
There was something terribly wrong.
Green Bay late in the year was exposing him on seemingly every play.
Yep.
Just think about real quick, and they were both of them were our guys, but if Mike Brown isn't hurt, and Tommy Harris isn't hurt, like, I don't think there's any way we lose to the Colts. Like, legit, I don't think we can lose to the Colts if Mike Brown and Tommy Harris are there. Tommy got hurt real late in the year when we clinched against Minnesota. Like week 13, 14, tore his hamstring, was never the same again. And Mike Brown got hurt in the famous Arizona game and scored that night and still got hurt later in the game and was out the rest of the year. But if you have Mike Brown back there and Tommy Harris up front, like, man, we don't lose that Super Bowl.
Yep.
Even if Rex is having a bad game.
I'm with you. By the way, we've been corrected. It was Marquez Valdez Scantling. Yeah, MVS. So.
Those guys always perform well against the Bears, it seems, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who they have, but
but
against the Bears, they perform.
And that brings up that whole point. We talked about it earlier. Are you concerned about Sean Desai being a first-time play caller? And that's what that was all about. This was about Vic Fangio making multiple mistakes with his play calling. And
Pagano or Vic?
Excuse me, Chuck Pagano. And what bugged me, almost as much as the bad play calling by Pagano is Matt Nagy sticking up for him. Matt Nagy saying, sometimes you just got to make plays. And he was referring to Danny Trevathan has to guard a wide receiver who runs a 4-4. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. If you think we're going to buy that shit, then wrong. Just tell us the truth. Chuck called a bad play there. That was it. That was it.
And Rodgers saw it immediately.
Immediately. Fuck, I would have seen it. I saw it on Twitter. I was like, immediately, I posted a video of it and saying, how could this be? And then on the same play, they had Akeem Hicks dropping back into that middle linebacker position. And you had somebody was in for Roquan at that point. Who was the backup linebacker who was in for
Josh Woods?
Josh Woods. And so there's Akeem.
Who the fuck is Josh Woods? No, Carmel.
There's Akeem Hicks and Josh Woods like almost patting each other on the back. Like, yeah, let's sit this play out or something. Just a mess. So
that's the primary difference right there during this run. And this is breaking my heart to admit this. That play right there, you look at that play we're just talking about, that Rodgers immediately dissected, saw the mismatch, and scored. And I don't know, what was it, 70 yards? It was something like that.
Yeah, right.
I don't know if the circumstances were the same that Jay Cutler or Mitchell Trubisky. I definitely don't think Mitchell Trubisky sees that and beats them. Mm-hmm. If Mitch sees it, he probably just is going to dump it off to, a flare pass to David Montgomery. He's not going to take a shot. He's so afraid of getting picked off. And as much as I like Jay, I don't know if Jay would have read the defense immediately, like the way Rodgers did. So my point is, that's the reason we can't beat Green Bay. Their guy, what makes him so good is that he can just look at us and he knows what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And our guy, even if we make that assessment, we never can make the throw. Like that was Mitch's biggest flaw. It seemed like he couldn't complete a pass over 20 yards.
Yeah.
At least with any consistency. And I don't know if it was the coaching or if it was Trubisky himself, because it looked like his first season, he was going to be okay in that regard, but it's like they coached it out of him. He was so afraid to get picked off.
Who was the Green Bay Packer defensive back who said, our strategy was to make Mitchell Trubisky play quarterback? Do you remember who that was?
That was Amos, wasn't it?
No, but Amos, I'm sure.
He had the interception that night. It was opening night. You're talking about the 2019 opener, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't Amos that said that. It was his teammate Trevon Williams or somebody like that. Anyway, but that was the thing, is that they challenge Mitch to make those long passes, those explosive plays, knowing that he wasn't going to, because all you got to do is guard that first guy, his first read, and he wasn't going to be patient and go through the progression of trying to find that second or third read. And I'm sure people in the chat room are saying, yeah, but he didn't have the protection. That is true for a lot of plays, but on some plays where he did have the protection, he just wasn't going through the proper progressions.
And Charles Woodson said something similar back in the day about Cutler.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was just like, well, eventually we know he's going to throw it to us. That's not a quote, but it's the gist of it. And look, I loved Cutler and Trubisky. So, but I think that's the biggest difference in this entire era is that their guy is just superior at reading the defenses, and he's got balls bigger than the fucking any of the Great Lakes, and will take a shot. And none of our guys. Well, Jay would take shots, but it's his shots weren't as successful. And it seemed like, at least I don't want to pile on, that Mitch, when it wasn't man to man, couldn't get the job done.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what you're in. Rodgers can dissect you. So that's the difference. I don't know if Green Bay's close to winning the Super Bowl any more than the Bears if Rodgers isn't Rodgers.
It's a good question.
I mean, what if Jordan Love has to start, from like week 3 on? What if Rodgers would suffer, an Achilles or something, where he's like, it's no bullshit, he's out the whole year. Just something bad.
Right.
Not like, well, he can be out 7-8 weeks, like a collarbone, and then get reactivated in week 16. But I mean, he's going to be done this year. He's got to have surgery. And Jordan Love, like Marino did when they had to bring up Scott Mitchell.
Sure.
Something like that. I mean, can Jordan Love lead that team? Maybe, who knows? But
yeah, we don't know. He hasn't even suited up for a game, so we don't know what Jordan Love is.
Rodgers makes everybody better.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, look at,
and I hate praising him. I hate it.
Oh, me too. But you look at his roster, and he's the last 3-4 seasons, he's only been playing with one wide receiver, Devontae Adams, who is a top wide receiver in the NFL. There's no doubt about it. He's special. But outside of that, we're trying to remember Equanimeous St. Brown's name, Marquez Valdez Scantling.
Yeah, but he's had some good. He did have Greg Jennings. He had Donald Driver. He had Jordy Nelson.
Yes.
He's had some good receivers.
That is right. But I'm talking about over the last 3-4 seasons, while the stats are the same, the touchdown interception ratio is the same and so forth. Rodgers has been special. There's no doubt about it. And we can quibble about this and, holds the ball too long and does this and whatever. We can quibble about that, but there's no fucking doubt that, if he goes down, the Packers are going to be a lesser of a team. Now, we don't know what we have in Jordan Love. Is he anywhere near capable of playing at an NFL starter role? I didn't think so when I saw him down at the Senior Bowl. I thought he was just kind of average, although there was all this talk about him at the Senior Bowl. Wow, there's this big buzz about Jordan Love and stuff, but I didn't see it personally. But who knows? Who knows about it? But the fact of the matter is that if Aaron Rodgers was the quarterback of the Chicago Bears over the last 10, 15 years with the Bears defense, generally what it is in 2018, for instance, the Bears would have won the Super Bowl. There's no fucking doubt about it. No doubt.
I can only think, and again, someone can correct me, but in the last 15 years, I can think of 2 passes that our quarterbacks went deep on Green Bay. Rex on opening day in 2006 in Green Bay had a bomb from midfield on the first drive of the season to Bernard Berrien for like 49, 50 yards, touchdown. And in the game that I threw my remote and I Marsawed my remote, the Randall Cobb game in week 17 in 2013, winter in, the Chris Conte game. Earlier in that, I think it was the second quarter, Jay hit Alshon for 67 yards and scored, and then they marked him down at the half-yard line, which was horse shit. He was clearly in, and then Forte cleaned it up after that. But it was a touchdown, and Jay beat their guy, and it was a big bomb. It was on 3rd and 7 or something, and he went down the field for 67 yards. And other than that, I can't think of any plays where a Bears quarterback went deep on the Packers and was effective. But their guy does it to us constantly. I mean, if there's another play I'm excluding, please help me.
Yeah.
You have any?
I can't think of any, to be honest with you. I really can't.
There's the difference right there. It doesn't matter how good the defense is or how much it's struggling. when their guy can make all of these plays at any given moment, and our guys, for whatever reason, can't. I don't know if it's coaching or just the players or what, but it would just even Jim Miller had a 400-yard game once against Minnesota, and it's not like they were scrubs then. They were coming off their 15-1 year, and he still threw for 400 yards. We never have a game like that against the Packers.
That's so true.
When does our fucking nondescript guy come in and throw for 400 yards against the Packers?
Do you think that the Bears are ever going to get their franchise quarterback? Rick Morrissey wrote about this. Chicago Sun-Times columnist, Sun-Times or Tribune? One of those newspapers.
I think he's at the Sun-Times.
I think you're right. Do you think they're ever going to get their franchise quarterback?
I mean, maybe. I feel like the line from White Men Can't Jump that I've retained from 30 years ago. Wesley Snipes says the sun shines on a dog's ass some days too, and maybe finally the sun will shine on our asses. But we don't necessarily even need a Rodgers type. We just need, we need somebody that was as good as like Kramer was that one year. So again, he could have been better than that, but he got hurt.
Do you think Mitch could have led us to the Super Bowl?
In 18?
Any year. But 18.
In 18, if Parkey makes the kick, the momentum that would have picked up because he led that drive, and the Bears had already shown that particular defense could stop the Rams. Like, I think they get past the Rams next week. I truly do. Now, do they beat New Orleans in the Superdome? I don't know. But I think for whatever reason, Mitch didn't have all the doubts or something in him then. It just seemed like the arrow was still up. He was coming off his 6-touchdown game a few weeks before. Well, not a few weeks, but week 4 of that year or whatever against Tampa Bay. It seemed like he was an ascending player. He was still coming into his own. So I could see 18 potentially, yeah. But, man, that loss against Green Bay in week 1 the next year, the Monday night, 100th season, it took the air out of everybody, it felt like.
That a lot of people, Greg Gabriel likes to point to that Eagles-Bears game, and, if it wasn't for Parkey's double doink and stuff, they would have advanced in the playoffs. But I remember that game as the offense being putrid for 3 quarters. And I'm just pulled up the play-by-play of that game. Here is the possessions. First possession for the Bears. 8 plays, punt. They got 29 yards on 8 plays. Second series, 3 plays, 3 and out. They got 6 yards. Next series, a field goal. 8 plays, 47 yards. Next series, a punt, 3 and out. Next series, right before the half, a 13-play series, 78 yards, a field goal. They start the second half, punt on an 8-play series. The next series.
Well, let me just say one thing first, though.
Yeah, but it's punt, field goal, and they didn't score any points. They didn't score a touchdown to the fourth quarter.
But context does matter. Let's just give the Eagles credit. They're the reigning, defending Super Bowl champions at this point. And the game is tight. So it's not like the Bears are being blown out here. I mean, the game's what, 16-15 the final?
Correct.
So this is a tight game. Foles isn't lighting it up either. Both sides, it's a defensive struggle.
What do you expect? You expect Foles to light it up against this Bears defense, the 2018 Bears defense?
Well, he did what he needed to. Like the same situation, and that the drive that they score on to Golden Tate at the end. How many plays was that? Look that up.
All right. The touchdown to Golden Tate was a 12-play, 60-yard drive. 12 plays, 60 yards.
12 plays when the game is on the line. You
Yes.
got to stop. You win the fucking game.
Yes.
12 plays. And how many of those were 4th downs? 3?
12 plays. I'll tell you. Let's see. They got a first down on the first play, second down on a 2nd and 10, a third first down and a 2nd and 2. Holy shit. A third for they got 4 first downs, excuse me, in that 12 play drive.
Yeah, and then the Tate plays on 4th down, and he didn't even hear the right play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He thought it was a run play, and he still made the fucking play.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, God, man, it's just, they should have, I'm going to pile on now, but what was Mac's stats that night? Did he have any?
Let me see.
I don't remember him doing shit that night.
Oh, come on. Zimmerman's going to be really pissed at you.
I like Zimmerman.
Khalil Mack, he had a great game. 6 tackles, 5 of them solo, 1 tackle for a loss, 2 quarterback hits. He had a game, brother.
That's better than I remember, truthfully. 6 tackles is nothing just to dismiss.
I don't remember anything from that game other than me crying. I literally crying.
Again, I've said this to you before, but the truth is, I don't cry on negativity like that.
Really?
I cry when I'm happy. I'm Dick Vermeil.
Yeah, I cry happy, sad.
I cry happy, not when I'm sad. I mean, I might cry if somebody dies. Don't get me wrong. I'm not alpha male.
I cry when
RoboCop.
the check comes in. I cry. How much was this bill?
I mean, I've cried on some Bears wins. I mean, usually when we're really bad.
Oh, I'm the same way.
Yeah, when we're real, like that game in Kansas City in 15, I cried when it was like week 5 and Alshon was having a soft tissue issue again. Wait a minute, soft tissue issue. I wasn't trying to rhyme, I promise. But he had soft tissue problems that whole year, and it seemed like he could go, but didn't really want to. And they were playing Hronis Grasu was getting his first start because their center, like Will Montgomery, broke his leg the week before. So Jay that was the first game that Cam Meredith played from the practice squad, and we had just turned him from a quarterback to a wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
So he was playing with nobody. It was like Marquise Wilson, Cam Meredith, and now you've got the center who can't play. They're on the road at Arrowhead, and Jay leads the drive, 2 drives, because they're down like, I don't know, 16-3 in the 4th, and leads 2 drives down the field late with like 3 minutes to go, and they leads 2 scoring drives, and we won at Arrowhead. And he threw the touchdown, the 2-pointer to Forte at the end. Oh my God. Or that was the touchdown maybe. Because he dropped the ball. I remember Sam Rosen saying, he dropped the ball. Right. He picked it up and then threw a fucking touchdown. Oh man, I cried. Oh God damn it. It was great. It was my favorite win of that season.
I asked people in the chat room, when was the last time you cried at a sporting event or at a game? And so Aaron says, I cried tears of joy when the Cubs finally won the World Series.
Oh, yeah, you should. You should.
I also cried when Parkey missed that. Just like me, man. I cried. I mean, I cried like a baby. You know why? Because that year here at the bar room, we had such a fun year. We were plotting, for a long run in the playoffs, and for it to end that way.
You had Tom Waddle on the pregame.
Yeah, we had Tom Waddle. That's right. Man, you got a great memory. And
I was a part of the show then too, a little bit.
That's right. You were. And, everything was just had so much invested personally, emotionally, business-wise and stuff. And I'm sitting right here where I am right now. I'm looking at the television, and we're ready to go live immediately after the game. And it happens, all of a sudden, doink, double doink, and the tears just came down. And my wife,
didn't you think when Allen Robinson caught that pass, we were going to win?
Yes. Fucking
when he hit A-Rob, I don't remember what down it was, and it's just like, Mitch is gonna lead. I don't mean to cut off your story.
No, please. Sorry. No, it's fine.
I just thought, man, we're gonna win. We're gonna fucking win. And I remember sitting there, and again, I was with my cousin who became a drug addict, and unfortunately, he stole off me and my mom, and like I haven't seen him in a couple of years, and it's his fault. I mean, whatever. But he was watching the game with me, and my friend Michael, the Chiefs fan, was watching the game with me, and I felt like Jim Kelly before the Norwood miss, because I remember what he always said. He's like, you don't even want to look. You're just like, okay, he's going to make it. He's going to make it. That's his job. He's going to make it. And I was just sitting there. I was like, okay, he's going to make it. He's going to make it. He's going to make it. And I was like, oh, I can't watch. I won't watch. And then I was like, no. I'm going to be confident. I'm going to watch. I'm going to watch, because at first I said I'm not going to watch. I didn't watch this year against Carolina, by the way. I went in the fucking bathroom. I literally didn't watch. And the one that Santos made against the Saints to send it into overtime, never saw it. Didn't watch it. I was like, fuck, I can't watch it. But anyway, so this one I'm sitting there and I'm watching, and then it hits the upright, the first doink, and doinks again. And every time that's ever happened, when you have the two doinks, it still goes through. And when it hit 2 times and went the other way, I just went to bed. And it was like 8:30 p.m. And they're like, what? Because again, I'm nocturnal anyway,
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm going to bed. They're like, no, you're not. I was like, I'm going to bed. I was like, for real, I'm going to sleep right now. I slept like 12 hours as soon as that happened.
Oh, man.
I was so unhappy.
I've done that too, man.
Oh, my God. Like I said, I didn't cry, but it's just a fucking punch in the balls. And just to know that piece of shit was still kicking in the playoffs for the Browns this year. Like, I don't want him kicking ever again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't want him having a job ever again. I wouldn't give him death threats or anything crazy. I didn't wish him anything ill on his family, but God, man, like, that guy's in the playoffs now. Like, I didn't want to see it.
By the way, Tony says he cried tears of happiness when Hester had that Super Bowl kick return touchdown. I would imagine you would have been close to tears too on that play.
No, it's just so early. And I was honestly at that exact moment. I remember exactly what I was saying. Cause again, not to beat my dick here, but I've seen all these old Super Bowls and everything. So I was like, that's the first time that's ever happened. That's never happened in Super Bowl history, the kickoff return. And I was like, listen, why isn't Jim Nantz saying it? Why isn't he saying it?
Yeah.
And it's like 10 minutes later and he acknowledges that. I was like, Jim Nantz didn't even fucking know. And he's the CBS goddamn play, that's what I was saying. Jim Nantz doesn't even know. That's what I was saying. I know and Jim Nantz doesn't. Not to sound like Phil here, but that's what I was saying at that exact moment, that I'm better than Jim. No, I wouldn't say I'm better, but I was pointing out that Jim Nantz didn't know that. That's the only time that's ever happened, still to this day. No one else has returned the opening kickoff for a touchdown. My first exact impression of the play was, oh, my God, is there a flag down? No flags? Oh, my God. And then it was Jim Nantz doesn't know. So, but I didn't cry. No, it felt good. We were up 14-6 in that game.
Yep.
And I mean, you can't sit on a 14-6 lead, but that's something in the offseason, since it is the offseason now, but we still got a lot going on, and free agency is going to start soon in about a month. And, then but whenever it's like a spot in between, like the draft is over, the camps hasn't started yet, I would love to have us all break down this fucking Super Bowl. Like, everybody watch it, and do a fucking podcast on a what if. Like, to be able to talk about specifics again, like, because that game was ours to have. I still think
like that idea.
I would have loved if I would have been involved in the Thomas, and I'm not criticizing the people who were, but the 2 times that Thomas Jones were on, if I could have asked a question, what I would have asked him is, do you think, and I loved Grossman. I did. I mean, and Rex led the big drive against New Orleans to put us in that game. Touchdown to Berrien. And of course we'd score later and blow it away, but it got close there. It was like 18-14 after the Bears had like an 18-0 lead or something against the Saints. They had a funky score because of safety. But he got close, and he led the drive when he needed to. 5 straight completions against the Saints. But my question to Thomas Jones would be, do you think if they put Greasy in the second half, because Rex I don't know if it was the rain, I don't know if it was because it was the Super Bowl.
Nerves.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Was the game too big for him? If you put Greasy in, do you think there's a way that the Bears, because it was 29-17, but keep in mind, it was 22-17. You're down 5 in the fourth quarter when Rex got picked off by Hayden, who later became a Bear, and returned it for a pick 6 and put us away. So, but what if Greasy's in there? I always wanted to know, like, what Lovey stuck with him, man, and I appreciate that.
He should have stuck with Thomas Jones. That's what he should have.
But he did, though, because Benson got hurt. Benson missed the rest of the game.
If you remember, Thomas Jones
didn't want to split carries early because he felt like he had it. I remember him saying that.
Right. When he was on the Barroom Show, 100
Sure.
Proof, he told us, I had just finished like a 50, 60-yard run. What was it, 63 yards, I think it was?
I don't know. I know that he had a big run in the first quarter.
And
I was
so
thinking about it then. Benson got hurt later that same quarter and missed the rest of the game.
No, he didn't.
I swear he did. Look it up.
No.
Thomas Jones didn't want to come out early in the game. He was splitting carries. That's a fact. He was splitting carries, like you said, but Benson got hurt and missed the rest of the game. I swear he did.
Well, Benson fumbles in that game, right?
I don't know if he fumbled in the Super Bowl. Let's look this up. You go ahead and tell me what you're going to say. I'm going to look this up because my memory says that Benson got hurt in the first half.
While you look it up, here's the story that Thomas Jones shared. I wish I would have had the recording, but
I remember. I listened to both shows, the one on Bears Hour Live and 100 Proof.
And 100 Proof. And so Thomas Jones says, I just came off a 63-yard run. I come to the sideline and I say, don't take me out of this game. Don't take me out of this game. Don't fucking take me out of this game. That's exactly how he said it on our show. And he looked at his running backs coach because he knew that the next series was going to go to Curtis Benson. And his running back coach says, I don't make that decision. That's a higher power than me. I'm paraphrasing. And so the next series, Benson gets the ball and he fucking fumbles. And that was just a huge deflator. And so I'm wondering if anybody
listen to this.
Okay.
This is Dateline Miami.
Miami.
February 4th, 2007. Miami. Chicago Bears running back Cedric Benson injured his left knee in the first quarter and was ruled out for the rest of Sunday night Super Bowl against the Indianapolis Colts. You did get this right here. Benson, who fumbled on Chicago's previous possession, was hurt with 1:16 to go in the opening quarter when he was tackled after a 4-yard gain. After staying on the field for several minutes as trainers stretched out his knee, Benson got on his feet and walked off. Benson later left the sideline for the locker room. An announcement was made just before the half that he would not return, dealing the Bears' running back a blow. And we should point out Mr. Benson is dead now. He passed away. So, I don't want to talk ill of someone that's died.
Why not?
Well, I'm just saying I had forgotten his fumble, so you were right on that. But I knew he was hurt early in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So Jones did get. I mean, Adrian Peterson may have had like 2 carries. It seemed like at most. Like Jones did get all the work the rest of the game. But I understood his point. He was saying he had like the rhythm. He was in the zone. Don't take me out right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't make me split carries right now. And like you said, Benson fumbled, but it's just they had a breakdown on that. There was a long touchdown for Manning.
Mm-hmm.
That got us to Reggie Wayne.
Yeah, there was some terrible.
I think it was Daniel Manning maybe that blew the coverage.
I spoke with Alex Brown. It was Joe Mando, the Tooch, and myself. We went to some fantasy football thing where we basically rented one of the suites at Soldier Field to hold our fantasy football draft. And they had some celebrities there. One of them was Alex Brown. And so we had the opportunity to talk to Alex for about 15, 20 minutes. And that's what he said. He said, our defense was what let us down in that game. We did not play nearly as well as we should have. We should have been able to stop Peyton Manning. They had nothing on us. And I told him the story about Thomas Jones. He goes, that's Thomas, man. He wanted the ball. I love that guy and stuff. But the reality is it was us, the defense, that let us down in that game. And that was big of him to say that.
And he was a guy that I loved too.
Mm-hmm.
And the way we like Akeem Hicks, I loved Alex Brown. It was he and Bernard Berry, and every year I was like, maybe I should get their jersey. And for some reason I didn't, but I loved both of those guys. I hated to see Berry and leave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Same here.
But he was our guy, and he went to Minnesota. I hated seeing Paul Ettinger up there too.
You bring up Berry and Brown. Those guys, and Marty Booker's another guys that came to the Chicago Bears, and you didn't know. At that time, I didn't study the draft or where these guys came from. All of a sudden, they're on the roster. Like, oh, cool. And they play their asses off and play so bravely. Like Marty Booker, my goodness, 100 catches, 100+ catches, but he was getting pummeled over the middle of the field. I loved that guy. And Berrien, out of nowhere, this guy is streaking down. He's reminding me of Willie Gault. You know, I love those stories. I love those guys who just came out of nowhere to perform for the Chicago Bears, but unfortunately weren't rewarded with the ultimate prize, that championship trophy. Hey, by the way, speaking of championship trophies, I hate to change the subject real quick, just digressing for a second. Did you see that story about the daughter of the woman the daughter of the man who created the Super Bowl trophy? She was upset that Tom Brady in a drunken stupor was throwing the Super Bowl trophy, the Lombardi trophy, from one boat to another. Did you see that story?
I knew about the story where he was drunk throwing it to Gronk, but I didn't know that the lady was upset.
Oh yeah, she was like, that was so disrespectful. He should apologize to my father and all the other silversmiths, she called them, that worked on that trophy. It was just the wrong thing to do and so forth. I thought it was kind of an interesting thing. I don't know if she was maybe being too, pruny. That's not the word, whatever it is, just being overly protective of her dad's work, or whether she was right. My first reaction when I saw the video of Brady tossing that trophy like that, I thought it was a bit disrespectful.
He was drunk. He's Brady.
Yeah, so he gets away with it, right?
Real quick, to go back, I want to digress back to the Super Bowl.
Please.
The reason we lost, and I always thought this, but I pulled up the stats. Dominic Rhodes, 21 carries, 113 yards, 1 touchdown. So we couldn't stop him running the ball. And his tag team partner, Joseph Adai, ran for 77 yards on 19 carries. So right there, that is 40 carries from 2 guys. And Adai had 10 catches for 66 yards. Those 2 guys deserve the MVP, either one of them, not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning's rating of that game was an 81. So, I mean, but he was Peyton Manning, so he was going to win just because he's a good old boy, Peyton Manning.
Nah, that's not why.
Try to throw my dick in the trainer's face in Tennessee. Remember that story?
Yes. Share that with people who don't know that story.
God, he was at the University of Tennessee, and the trainer was like had to rub his thigh or his quad or something, and I guess his dick got hard, and he allegedly put his dick in the girl trainer's face and wanted a blowjob.
Jesus,
because he's Peyton Manning, baby.
Oh man, that can't be true. Is it true?
That was allegedly true. But anyway, that game is so frustrating because I don't know if we'll ever get back there. And it was there. It was there for the taking.
No, we will get back there. The question is, will I be alive when they
there
get
you go.
back there?
That's exactly what I was saying. Me too.
You're
I told
a young
you my
man.
dad and my sister both died at 41, and I'm fucking 40.
Yeah. Somebody asked me last week how old you were, and I put up in the chat room, you're 40. So I'm glad I got that right. You're a young 40, though. You're in great shape.
I don't know about that, but I appreciate it. I mean, health-wise, if you look at me and say, the guy needs to lose some weight, but I don't have diabetes or high blood pressure. Well, my blood pressure it's higher than it should be, but it's not high in terms of, get him on medicine.
Do you drink?
Not so much anymore. My biggest problem now is I drink soda because I don't like coffee.
So you drink like regular Coca-Cola or Pepsi?
Yeah, I drink 2 of those. I drink 2, like I'm drinking one right now, 20 or 16.9 ounce bottle. I drink 2 of these a day.
Ooh, that's a lot, brother.
Yeah, I drink 2 bottles of soda a day and 2 waters typically a day, which I know I need to drink more water than soda, but that's usually what I take to work with me, 2 bottles of water and 2 bottles of soda. But I'm gone 12 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like I'm drinking 2 bottles in like 3 hours or something, but that's my biggest problem. That and just, eating too much pasta or something,
All right, I want to talk now about the latest quarterback rumors, and there really isn't anything out there that's new from since the last time we talked about it, other than
But everyone had these sources.
no. Well, and I want to comment on that, and perhaps I did enough of that last week. We brought up, I think his name is Brandon Robinson from the Windy City Gridiron. Good writer, knows his stuff. But he posted on Twitter that he had an inside source that was telling him that this trade was imminent, the trade of Carson Wentz to the Chicago Bears, and that the Bears were going to pay. I think his tweets started with that they were going to pay a lot to pick up Wentz, and then as the days went on, that it was not going to be as much as initially thought. And then there was one tweet. I actually went back today to see if I could find it because I wanted to specifically talk about this one tweet, is that he was almost begging for the trade to happen. And it just seemed to me like it was more of Brandon begging for it to happen to prove that he was right, as opposed to, I don't know what and so my point here is that that's not how real reporters act. And so Brandon, God bless you. You're a good writer. You know your football. There's no doubt about that. I read your tweets.
You just don't know your inside information on trades.
Exactly. I think that you were either fed some misinformation or you had some type of hallucination or something.
Overzealous.
Perhaps, and Draft Dr. Phil, I'm told, I don't follow Phil on Instagram, but I'm told that he had a similar tweet that the trade was imminent and that it was going to happen any day, and that was now over a week or two ago.
I saw that, and I don't have Instagram, period.
Mm-hmm.
But I saw it too. It was shared with me, and I just thought it was it was a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Like at first, because Phil always shit on the Bears blog for having sources. So I thought it was like, oh, someone made this. Like Phil really didn't send this out. They're like, no, it's real. So
and Phil has sources, I mean, he's friendly with John Jenkins of the Chicago Bears. They're from Connecticut and so forth. But I don't think that John Jenkins knows what the Bears. I don't think that anyone in the Bears front management is calling John Jenkins, oh, by the way, we're close to making a trade with Carson Wentz and so forth. And then that John Jenkins is calling Phil up, or Phil is calling him up, and Jenkins is offering that information. I just don't think that is correct. And so maybe I'm wrong, and I would apologize to anybody if they really do have these sources. I just think that in your zeal to report on something, that you're just kind of maybe embellishing things. And so I put this out on Twitter. If you have a real source, it's probably because you've been working in media covering NFL teams or covering a specific team for many years. That's how sources are developed. Or that you're either a former player or worked with an organization for a long time and have somebody feeding you information. That's another way. Or the third thing is that you do have a source, but now that you have shared what that source told you publicly, that source ain't going to share anything more with you because it was probably done in private. And so I'm not saying that anyone is lying. I'm just saying that it's highly unlikely that, and I've talked to Greg Gabriel about this, who has worked in the NFL for many, many years. It's highly unlikely that anybody in NFL front offices is going to be sharing stories with anybody, especially the Bears. The Bears under Ryan Pace are very, very secretive about what they do. And secondly, the only news that's being put out there is from Howard Roseman's Philadelphia Eagles camp, because they've been trying to drive up the price on Carson Wentz. So they've planted some things out there. So maybe that's the sources that Brandon and Phil and other people have been reporting a trade that is imminent, according to them, a week or two ago, but hasn't happened yet. Maybe they're getting information from Philadelphia sources, and those Philadelphia sources have been had by Howard Roseman, because that's what he's and his people have been doing. They've been trying to create this media bidding war through the media. And so we just have to those of us who are bloggers should adhere to journalistic ethics when we're reporting things, and not try to be the first ones out there with information, but try to put out some truthful information. So that's my diatribe, for lack of a better way.
During that duration, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think that Schefter or Jay Glazer, either one, had anything about this. So, and they're the guys that are typically in the know, especially Schefter, on everything. You know, it seems like he knew if Pagano was gone before we did. You know, I mean, like, and before the Bears announced it, that's what I'm saying.
Right. By the way, Chris Gonzalez is saying that Phil does have many sources in all seriousness, and I'm not debating that at all. He's saying that his Facebook post was sarcasm and that he was joking at all this BS being thrown around. And that could be the case. That could very well be the case, that Phil was just trying to mock the people like Brandon and other people who were reporting this trade.
I could see that. I could see
I could definitely see that.
Because like when I saw the thing, that's why I was like, man, Phil would kill the Bears blog for things like this. So I just was like, man, that doesn't sound like Phil at all. So the sarcasm, that definitely. Phil has a razor sharp wit.
Right. So Christopher, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, he could be cutting that guy like these quote unquote sources.
Right. I'm sure he's writing a song about it.
Pieces. Yeah. So I could see Phil doing that and being effective with that approach.
Yes, absolutely.
But when I just saw the isolated screenshot without any context, like I said, I was like, somebody just made this up. This can't be real.
Yeah, it struck me that way too.
Because Phil would never just say, I've got some sources or whatever. Like, you know, like he would say, I'm telling you 100. You know, I know, but he wouldn't say that if he didn't know.
Right. Well, Christopher is saying that it's all true, and that Phil himself cleared it up on the show, saying that he was mocking people. So
there you go. There you go. I have so much, appreciation for Phil. So that makes more sense.
And then Tony adds that Shane has a boner for Wentz, so I couldn't take it as sarcasm. So there's some debate as whether it was true or not. That
surprises me because Shane hates Philadelphia so much.
I know, that's true. But be that as it may, I don't think that Carson Wentz is coming to the Chicago Bears. I don't think that I know Deshaun Watson isn't coming to the Chicago Bears. And I think that what the Bears are going to do is they are going to work on moving up in the draft to secure one of those top 5 quarterbacks, and it's probably going to be Mac Jones, who I think in my list of college quarterbacks coming out is actually number 3. I love the kid's moxie. I love his accuracy. And who was it that just recently on Twitter said that's the first thing I look for in a quarterback? And that's what I began saying after I saw Cade McNown throwing the football for the Chicago Bears. I'm like, from now on, I don't care about size. I don't care about agility. I don't care about footwork. I care about accuracy, because Cade McNown was the worst quarterback in Chicago Bears history in terms of accuracy. His passes were 10 feet over wide. He was worse than Bobby Douglas. Probably Bobby Douglas had worse accuracy, but at least he could run with the football. He ran for 1,000 yards one season. Cade McNown was just the worst. And so when I look at Mac Jones, the quarterback from Alabama, his accuracy is outstanding. And I've looked at a bunch of tape recently to see if he can perform well under duress with a pass rush, blitzers in front of his face, and he throws it on the dime. People are saying, well, he's got great receivers, he's got a great offensive line. I've accounted for that in my amateurish scouting. Mac Jones is the guy. So I'm hoping that the Bears, either Mac Jones falls to number 20 or that they trade up a few slots to acquire Mac Jones. And what does that mean? That means that Nick Foles will be your starting quarterback in 2021 until Mac Jones is deemed ready to go. I can accept that. I can definitely accept that, as long as whoever the quarterback is has an outstanding offensive line that can give the quarterback a clear pocket, time to throw, and we can get some offense going. What do you think of that?
Well, if I could, I don't watch college, so I can't really comment on that kid, but I can say that you know how these reports are, we don't know if there's any validity to them, but I read that Las Vegas allegedly was in talk to potentially trade Carr for a first-round pick to the Colts, and said that it would only be a first-rounder. And again, if it's really only a first-round pick for Carr, then I would. Our picks got to be higher than the Colts this year, because the Colts were in the playoffs. Well, we were in the playoffs too. Fuck. What are they drafting?
Doesn't seem like it, but I'll tell you in a second.
I would be on the horn now and give them the 20th pick in the draft for Derek Carr. David's his brother, of course, but
Right.
Who was the first pick in the draft in 2002 and got his brains beaten and sacked like 79 times.
They ruined him. That's why they ruined him by, quarterbacks, a lot of guys don't have that mental toughness. And when he was sacked that many times, it was over, man. It was over.
It was like
for
Jay
that guy.
Cutler with the Bears.
Yeah, really. There's a lot of truth to that. Jay Cutler, I'm not saying he would have taken us to the Super Bowl. He would have been a great quarterback.
He was one game away, so it's not like
exactly. Great point. But he was ruined by the lack of an offensive line that he had. Who am I looking for in terms of draft order? The Colts actually draft 21st. The Bears draft 20th.
Well, there you go. We got a better pick than they do. So, like, if you're going to give Derek Carr to them for a first rounder, why can't we do that?
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely make that trade. Other than unless, like you said, if they go with Foles, the only other veterans now are probably either Winston, who is allegedly going to re-sign in New Orleans, or pull off a Derek Carr trade, unless you're going to sign Fitzpatrick.
Marcus Mariota?
You have to trade for him too.
But you should be able to trade like a third rounder for him.
Yeah, Tops. But I think Foles is probably better than he is.
I agree. The thing that Marcus gives you
a big step up.
I totally agree. Derek Carr can take this team if the team has a good defense and some wide receivers to throw to. Derek Carr can take this team to the Super Bowl. No doubt in my mind.
So, yeah, you got to be watching that. And we know that Ryan Pace and Chris Ballard don't like each other, obviously. So maybe, gamesmanship, it looks like the Colts are going to pull off the trade. Well, maybe we can throw like a first and, fifth or something in there too, and maybe pull off the trade.
You believe in jinxes?
You believe the Bears are jinxed? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like somebody just said, what if the Bears draft Mac Jones and he sucks? Because it's the Bears, right? It seems like they will never get a franchise quarterback. Never. Because it's the Bears.
Well, for years, lots of years, the same thing was said about wide receivers. And it was recently as Muhsin Muhammad saying that the Bears, Chicago is a place wide receivers went to die. But you mentioned Marty Booker. He had, a Pro Bowl year in 2001 and 2002. Brandon Marshall played phenomenally with the Bears. Of course, he had some off-the-field issues, as we know. And we got Mooney potentially could, and Allen Robinson did well.
Mm-hmm.
You can point to a couple of guys that broke that stigma about Bears wide receivers. So somebody could break the quarterback stigma as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody that coached those players and all those bad offensive lines and all those things aren't always the same. The 2010 wide receiver core that Jay's throwing to is not who the kid's going to be throwing to if we draft him.
That's right.
Whomever that kid is.
That's right.
He may have a shitty line. We don't know. But I'm just saying, yeah, I guess I do believe in bad karma or something. But at some point, it's got to even out, right?
You would think, right? And but this should be like an ESPN 30 for 30. What has happened with the Chicago Bears and their bad luck, this run of luck of trading for quarterbacks, drafting quarterbacks, injuries to quarterbacks. I'm not sure any team in the NFL at that position has had this run of incredibly bad luck. I'm just amazed that this has happened so long.
Or you could be Detroit. Detroit had to go 0-16 to draft Stafford, and they draft him. Now, he did make the playoffs like 3 times with the Lions, but never won a playoff game.
But
and obviously played well for a decade for them, but you can have the position solved and your team's still not winning, though.
That's a great point. That's a great point. And that is something, I mean, we could spend an hour talking about Matt Stafford and is he really a great quarterback and why hasn't he taken them into deeper runs into the playoffs? Is the organization just so bad that even if
won one playoff game since Eisenhower was president? That could be us. That's why I don't hate the Lions, because I feel like there are, like Brandon Marshall said, they're our little brother. They're our losing pals. They know what it's like to lose.
Mm-hmm.
Again, Eric Kramer won the playoff game against Dallas in 91. That's the only playoff game they've won since they won the fucking NFL championship in 57?
Yep.
In the game, they were down like 21-3 or something at the half against San Francisco and came back to win.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So, I mean, we could be the Lions. At least, even if we all die never winning a Super Bowl, at least the Bears had the 85 moment, which no one really wants to hear about anymore because it's been, beaten to death. But they don't have that.
Yeah.
They don't have that moment. They had Barry Sanders, who got, the title game in 91. They had Matthew Stafford, never won a playoff game. Had Calvin Johnson, never won a playoff game. So, I mean, they've had 3 franchise players at preeminent positions. And what is it? They couldn't even win a playoff game.
We should bring on a loyal Lions fan / blogger.
To compare wounds.
Yeah, compare wounds, and then maybe have a little
man.
fun with that person, and rub it in that their team is.
I don't think we need to rub it in. I think like Detroit in some ways has been more successful. They went through a stretch where they'd beaten us like fucking 8 or 9 in a row from like the Trestman era until Nagy. It was bad. I mean, we were getting swept by Detroit. It's like, fuck, man. We're never going to win against Green Bay if we can't beat the Lions,
right.
But
Tony,
I mean, they had some great players. Like I thought Herman Moore was such a good player, and Scott Mitchell was, not lighting the world on fire, but he still had decent stats for them. And obviously they had Barry and what is it? They've won one playoff game in 30 years. And if you extrapolate that farther, since 57. So we're
ridiculous.
here like, crying about losing a Super Bowl. They've got nowhere near a Super Bowl but once.
Yeah, but I don't care about them.
Well, I'm just saying of all the other I kind of have a soft spot for Minnesota too for losing those 4 Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's a different era now. Like if we were talking to Targeted, like I actually did talk to one of their linebackers because he still lives in West Virginia. He's from West Virginia. His name was Lonnie Warwick. He was on the Super Bowl 4 team. And he is from a town called Mount Hope, West Virginia. And their team at the time was still in existence. They got consolidated. Mm-hmm. But that's how I got the interview, was because we were talking about the high school team and he was affiliated with them, This is like way more than a decade ago. But I mixed in and he was surprised that I knew anything about his run,
Cool.
Other than, hey, you played in the NFL once, didn't you? But I had him talking about the differences of playing for Norm Van Brocklin versus playing for Bud Grant, and who he liked better between Joe Kapp and Fred Tarkenton.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he mentioned that he fought Joe Kapp, and he said it was a draw. He said Kapp was tough, and he's not David Kaplan, but Joe Kapp. But he said that as great as Fran was, he would take Kapp any day of the week. And after he lost the Super Bowl, they didn't bring Kapp back because of money. Like he literally didn't play with Minnesota ever again. And he said that's what really hurt them and they had to give up a first-round pick to get Tarkenton back because they had him before, traded him to the Giants.
Right.
But they had to give up a first-rounder to bring him back, and they eventually start going back to Super Bowls. But the point is, he thought they could have gone back the next year with Kapp. So the reason I bring this up is they lost 4 Super Bowls, though. So I feel for that era of the Vikings fan, I know how sickening that's got to feel. But I have no I have nothing for Green Bay fans. Like I have no empathy or sympathy for anything that they could ever go through. Like you've had 30 years of great quarterback play. So, and you had the 60s.
That's right.
So you're spoiled brats.
Get the fucking trophy named after your football coach. So
yeah, and you still have like, did you see that guy during the Super Bowl coverage? CBS had the fake Lombardi guy.
Yeah, who was it that did the voice for that? Because I
thought it sucked.
Yeah, it was like no way Lombardi sounded that way. It sounded
it was awful. I thought it was really bad. Last week we were talking about that 30 for 30.
Yeah.
Of Al Davis and Pete Rozelle.
Right, yeah.
I watched that this week, and it's interesting. We were talking about voices.
Mm-hmm.
What they did was they had somebody like you or I or whoever sit down and put Pete's and had them dress like, Rozelle or Al, but superimposed Al and Pete's faces onto somebody else's body. But they told you they were going to do that, so it's not like it's flawless.
Right. Did it work?
It had someone doing a voice. And a lot of it was reading some quotes that they had each said over the years, and then some of it was advancing the story.
Mm-hmm.
Like at the very end, they're supposed to be after Al dies. He's talking to Rozelle in the afterlife. He's like, "So, you all moved to Vegas. Did you finally get the proper amount of votes to leave this time?" And he's like, "Don't start. Don't start." So it was fun though. It was fun. It's definitely worth your watch, and it goes through all the stuff. It kind of glances over the AFL a little bit because I feel like that's something they kind of left out was how passionate Al Davis was as the AFL commissioner and didn't want a settlement.
Mm-hmm.
And they kind of did it behind his back. Like everybody knew but Al at the time. So you have a little bit of animosity through that should have been explored as well. But it was really in depth, and they showed like how, the Raiders felt job, but Franco Harris's play in 72, and then the AFC Championship game in 75, and all these things. It's really good. If you like old school NFL, and I know you do,
I love it.
It's definitely a very fun 30 for 30, and it talks about how the Raiders Al finally got his stadium when he left Oakland. Like his idea was to go to the LA Coliseum, was to get this super stadium, even in the 80s. It was supposed to have all these luxury box seats. And then when LA fucking backed out on him, he went back to Oakland and was supposed to get him again. And they were saying this Las Vegas stadium is like what this man dreamt of 40 years ago and what he wanted. Is like, Al finally got his stadium. The Raiders finally got their stadium. It's so good.
Would you have preferred a guy like Al Davis to be the owner of the Chicago Bears than
sure.
Really?
Oh yeah. Al wants to fucking win.
Mm-hmm.
Al wants, maybe not Al at 80, but Al in his prime. Fuck, man. Al in his prime, every year he and John Madden were winning the AFC West. Every year. And they would lose a championship game usually, but still they were there.
Mm-hmm.
They had a winning percentage of like 75% with Al as owner and Madden as coach. And then you bring in Tom Flores, who's now a Hall of Famer, to replace Madden when Madden gets burned out.
Yep.
Oh man, what a great run! Yeah, fuck yeah. How could you not like Al?
Tony,
unless you're a Pittsburgh or like a Denver or Kansas City fan.
Tony in the chat room says, "Just win, baby," instead of "just collaborate, baby."
Exactly. What was the other word? Collaborate, and what's the other? They used two of them.
Yeah, collaborate. I forgot.
Yeah, it was something. We're collaborating.
All right, you want to shift gears? I want to talk about a couple of movies that I saw over the weekend.
Sure.
Let me. I'm trying to decide which one to talk about first. Let me talk about this one first. The New York Times did a documentary on Britney Spears. Are you a Britney Spears fan?
No, but I know that even Justin Timberlake has come out and said that that Cry Me a River song was piling on. And
yeah.
He issued an apology to her and Janet Jackson, I assume because of the Super Bowl 38, but I don't know that for sure.
Yeah, I got to admit that while I saw this movie, again, it's produced by the New York Times and it's on Hulu. I got to admit that while I was seeing this story about Britney Spears and how she was, just, young kid who had this incredible performing talent, and how she was treated by the music industry and entertainment industry, and this misogynistic approach towards her. I got to admit that I was like feeling a little guilty about some of the things that I've said and done. Not only really not much about Britney Spears, because I was never a big fan of hers, but just over the course of my life and things that I've said about women that perhaps were not appropriate. I know weren't appropriate, but I thought, I'm just kidding. So, you know, but it sometimes some of that stuff can cut pretty deep. And what Britney Spears has gone through, I'm not even sure why I decided to watch this. I think it was more to have something to talk about with you here.
Well, this era is mine.
Okay, so you
Britney
can comment
Spears
that on
and
it a lot
I
better
are
than
almost
me.
the same age.
Yeah.
I think she's born in 81 and I'm born in 80. I could be wrong about that, but I was watching MTV like religiously because they still were videos, you know, when her era was forced upon me. So yeah, I resented that kind of music, and I haven't seen the documentary, so I don't want to shame Britney Spears, and maybe she was forced into this. I don't know, but I do know her first single, that "Hit Me Baby One More Time," whatever, makes me want to say, "Kill me, cut me, baby, kill me one more time" if I have to fucking hear it. But she was dressed like, essentially, and I don't want to sound like a conservative here, but she was a minor.
Yeah.
And she was heavily sexualized, almost to the point of like she's about to go do a porn.
Yeah.
In the hallways in her little schoolgirl outfit. And again, whatever. I was like 16, 17 at the time. Whatever, she's hot. No, I don't care. But at the time, you can't have it both ways to like exploit your body to gain fame and wealth, and then suddenly I'm supposed to feel sorry for you later on. I don't understand.
Yeah, but
like,
she's too young there to really realize what is going on. Isn't that the parents' responsibility to say, no, you're not going to win?
Yeah, I could see that for sure. And it's ironic that her dad, for some reason, was still trying to control her money, even though she's like 40 years old.
Exactly.
And has kids. And yeah, I don't know what all that's about, but I don't pretend to be knowledgeable on the subject. And obviously everybody knows about the 07 shit when she shaved her head and all that.
Yeah, and that's all covered very well. Again, this is a New York Times documentary. It's about 70 minutes long, so it's a quick, breezy look at the issue primarily about the conservatorship of her wealth, because she is worth about $40-50 million
because of that music video.
Well, yeah,
that started her everything.
Exactly. But she's worked her ass off to accumulate that wealth. You know, she had Las Vegas shows. She did a lot of TV shows. She was on America's Got Talent and blah, blah, blah. But apparently what happened is that after she had her second child, she went through postpartum depression, and it was undetected, and people were just making fun of her for getting her head shaved and hair shaved and all this stuff. And it was just a really, really bad time. I'm going to play the trailer to the documentary.
Is K-Fed in the documentary?
He is. He's not. They don't interview him. He was contacted to see if he would be a part of the documentary, as was a number of the Spears family people, but all of them said no. But there were a number of really good interviews, including attorneys who explained how conservatorship works, and a couple of other people who were very close to Britney Spears during her ascension to pop stardom. So it's really a very well done. I'm glad that I saw it, despite the fact that I'm not a huge Britney Spears fan, but I'm intrigued with fame and how it impacts
Perhaps I will
people.
watch this, by the way.
I think you should. Here's the preview. Let's see what it sounds like on audio, because I know you're only listening on audio. Those of you watching on the video, you'll see the images as well.
What do we want? Free Britney! When do we want it? Now! What do we want?
This is Free Britney 102, where we explore issues related to the Free Britney movement. The Free Britney movement is advocating for the end of Britney Spears' conservatorship.
A functioning woman that's been working nonstop, it doesn't make any sense. Dear Brittany, my name is Elizabeth Denon, and I'm 29 years old.
My name is James Miller, and I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
My name is Jasmine. I'm 28, and I am a Scorpio from New Jersey.
Dear Brittany.
Dear Brittany.
Dear Brittany.
I'm so nervous. I'm like sweating.
Your whole situation is consuming me now. I can't believe that it's just been this long, and I didn't know.
When I first started, I didn't know what I was doing. But every day you learn more and you gain more wisdom from that.
Why is she still in this? Why is her dad making all of her decisions?
I have always viewed this situation as something that I don't think would have ever happened to a man in America.
Trust me, there are days that I struggle with myself.
I trust the system. I believe the law is aimed at actually protecting the conservatee.
There were things out there that have been said about me that aren't completely true.
We stand up for you, Britney Spears, and we won't stop until you reach freedom.
Devoted fans of hers who are going all sorts of places to protest and try to get her out of this conservatorship, which apparently is very difficult from a legal perspective to get out of once you're in. And all of these fans are saying, you know, she's truly capable of taking care of her finances now that she's over postpartum depression and so forth. So it's an intriguing documentary. I think you should check it out.
Did they cover the guy? Let me say this as politically correct as I can. The cross-dresser who's shouting, "Leave Britney alone."
No,
no. Oh my God. Did you ever see that?
Yes, that was a viral.
Please Google that now if you haven't.
That was a viral sensation. Oh, please leave Britney alone.
Yeah, who was that guy? And like, why? I wonder what Britney's response to that.
Yeah.
was.
Well, you know, and it is sad because there was a sequence where they show how her relationship with the paparazzi, and it started off great. You know, when she's rising to fame, she greeted the paparazzi, she would talk to them, and they had a good camaraderie. But as time went on, I mean, the paparazzi was just up her ass, and it became, you know, almost criminal like what the paparazzi was doing to her, just taking away all her freedoms. It was just not cool. And you can really develop a sense of empathy for what she went through, and being so young and not knowing what she was getting herself into, and really being a kid who had all this talent. They show a video of her when she's 6-7 years old, and she's performing and doing it really well. She's a kid with a lot of talent, and that was a passion of hers. But unfortunately, in America today and many other countries, you become famous like that, and it can just kill you, man. It can destroy you.
Shifting gears into our uncomfortable topic of last week, I wanted to acknowledge that a Manson story came up that I believed the accuser.
Well, let me set the stage. Last week, Dan and I had probably a 30-minute discussion about the allegations by Evan Rachel Wood, the movie star, who says that she was the victim of Marilyn Manson's brainwashing and sexual harassment, and that she suffered from Stockholm syndrome because of the way Marilyn Manson treated her. And she testified to the California legislature about that when she was trying to promote a law called the Phoenix Act, which would allow women to sue people who were deemed by their accuser of sexually harassing them. And so Dan and I didn't agree on that, and so now Dan has a different perspective after what happened. Dan,
well, let me just say again, Evan Rachel Wood. I mean, okay, she's Patti Smith now, the victim of Stockholm syndrome, but I'm not making fun of it. I'm just saying.
I think you are.
I facetiously mocked the Stockholm syndrome part,
Mm-hmm.
and again, she's got caught saying contradictory things a lot. So I was dubious of her claims, specifically hers.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I wasn't even saying that she was wrong, but I could build a case where she was either lying now or was lying then on multiple things. But this other lady, don't have that, I can't point to something like, well, I've heard you talk about this before, and when you told the story, it was different.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have that experience with this lady. And she was very specific on it. I don't know how to say her name. She's played on Game of Thrones, which full disclosure, I've never watched one fucking episode of that.
Shame on
you. Thou shall the queen. That's not my fucking genre. But she's talking about how the gist of the article was she was a fan. She met him. She was, starstruck, that kind of thing. And then he flew her to America because I think she's a British national to do a music video. And he tied her up and hog-tied her and things like that and was like torturing her, but it was for a music video, which again, that is part of his art, whether you like it or disagree with it, that is part of his visuals. But even she got to the point where she thought, well, this is kind of staged, right? I mean, Al, you're really fucking hurting me. This isn't like art. I mean, you're really fucking cutting me. She said they started a long distance affair, and she left her husband for Manson. And she says that he would, I guess she had done a porn, or I don't know. He had some footage of her getting fucked by somebody, and they would. Again, this doesn't mean that he's a rapist, like Evan Rachel Wood was saying, but it does mean he's an asshole. And people wanted me on Twitter to criticize him. So here you go. He would bring her friends over, and they would all start watching a porn of her getting fucked by somebody. And he'd be like, look at her. She's such a whore. I mean, if that's your girlfriend, then embarrassing her, that's an asshole move. I totally will say that. Mm-hmm. If she doesn't want to be cut and you're cutting her, that's an asshole move. And again, I don't want to cut anybody, even when they ask me to cut them. I'm just not. I don't
How many
know.
times has that happened?
2-3 times.
You've been asked, a woman has asked you to cut her?
Yes. And the one wanted to dump fake blood all over us and everything. So, are
these women that you picked up at a Marilyn Manson show?
One of them I have gone to a Manson show with, but I didn't meet her at the show. Like I said, I already knew her ahead of time, but yeah, she's really big into Manson and stuff, and she likes things in a darker scale, way darker than me. Like I said, I couldn't cut her. She's so short. For one, she's literally 5 feet tall. I mean, she's a grown ass woman. Don't get me wrong. It's not like she's 18, but she's still 5 feet tall. And it's weird fucking someone that short anyway, so, but the idea of cutting them, I feel like I'm hurting a child or something, I mean, I can't do it. But anyway, the story goes on and the part I will take exception with, I guess, is that he alienated her from her friends and family and kept her coked up. And she said she felt like a prisoner and she couldn't do anything. And he was nocturnal too, and he made her adhere to his schedule. And there was no light in the house and all these weird things. And she didn't know what day it was. But here's the only thing I'll defend on that is as follows. What grade are you in? The 6th? I mean, because why are you adhering to peer pressure? If you don't want to do cocaine, then don't do the cocaine. You're a grown woman. You don't have to do the drugs. If he says, well, you have to, then tell him to go fuck himself. I mean, you're a grown woman. You got your own money. You're an actress. You can go back to your home. You don't have to depend on him to pay for your flight. I get it if you're just a lady, who has modest means, and maybe you can't afford a flight across the country, but this is an actress. So again, if you don't want to do the drugs, don't do the drugs. I'm not defending him doing them either. I'm just saying, my whole life, people have tried to force me to get high with them, and I haven't because I don't want to. So anyway, but the story resonated. It seemed like she's telling the truth. She brought over for a music video. She got cut up. He embarrassed her, all this stuff. And then he just fucking left her. Didn't care about her feelings. I could see all of that. So is he an asshole toward women? It sure fucking seems so. But I don't know if I believe that he raped any of them. And if he did, he's a terrible person then. I don't advocate rape at all, but someone on Twitter really wanted me to come out and criticize Manson, and there you go. I found a reason to say that's a dick move. Now, to give you context, though, and I'm not defending men, just context. And you could pull this up right now. There's 2 tracks that were eventually banned that he literally put on an EP that he recorded. And this is before he's famous.
Mm-hmm.
He was opening up for 9 Inch Nails and for Danzig during this era. And he was with Danzig's roadie, and it's called Abuse 1 and Abuse 2. And they put it on an EP, and the label eventually caved and dropped it. But one of them is just talking about all the weird shit that people backstage. Like there's one lady that's confessing to sucking a little boy's dick in it. And another one where it's a bondage scene. And the lady's, she's like, I don't care if you fucking kill me. It's so good. And all these weird things that, like I said, that he wasn't even famous yet, that women would throw at him and would allow him to do just because who he was, cut me, fuck me, make me look foolish, whatever. Have your friends come on my face. All these things, even when he's like kind of still a nobody. I'm not saying that makes any of this right. I'm just saying, but the full context is like he's been enjoying backstage charades, if you will, like this for fucking 30 years now. So women just kind of are willing to do those things. I'm not saying all of them were, because they're accusations that he did do bad things to them. I'm just saying a lot of times they were cool with these kind of things. So,
all right. So I am loading up Marilyn Manson's Abuse 1 and Abuse 2. I want to play a little bit of it. See how
they're only like a minute and a half each, both of them. And like I said, the label, they were on Smells Like Children,
mm-hmm.
which is what made him famous in America, because it was the Sweet Dreams cover,
mm-hmm.
the Eurythmics cover.
Right.
That Portrait was good, but a lot of people didn't know it yet. So that was his first album, Portrait of an American Family. But this is what got him fame on MTV. And then when the Christians start fucking with him, then everybody knows who he is, because he's starting to get death threats, and they're protesting all of his shows, and that makes him a fucking superstar. And then he's going to be blamed for Columbine, which is complete horseshit. So anyway, but this is the context. He's not even really famous yet, and this stuff, but the label ended up caving and pulling it off the album.
All right, here's a bit of it.
This is what she wants right here. This is what she wants.
Tony, she
This
said, watch
is what
her.
she wants. She just don't want her face hurt. You okay, aren't you?
God, yes.
You okay, aren't you? You like it, don't you? Don't you?
Yes.
You like it, don't you? Don't you?
Yes.
Don't you? You
Yes.
like it, don't you?
I like it.
Yes, you do.
What's the finger? Oh.
Okay.
God.
Feel good? Feel good?
Oh, that was really good. Oh.
Okay, we're not gonna kill you.
Alright, I don't fucking value my life much anyway, so you can do whatever
We're
you
not gonna
fucking
kill you.
want.
Just relax and enjoy it.
I am.
Relax and enjoy the pain. There is pain involved. There is pain involved. Relax and enjoy the pain. Okay? There is pain involved. You like the pain. Hold on,
Tony, hold on.
You okay? You okay, aren't you? You okay?
Yeah.
You okay?
Yes.
You know
Yes.
I'm not gonna kill you.
I don't fucking care.
You know I'm not
This is
gonna
so
kill you,
fucking
don't you?
good. This
You know
is
I'm not gonna kill you, don't you?
Yes. Ah. It's fucking good.
I was babysitting my little cousin, and
Famous.
My goodness, that was disturbing.
Yeah, and the other one, like I said, even they were disturbed because was that Abuse 1 or 2?
That was 1.
Yeah, 2 is the lady talking about how she molested a boy, and she said that she liked the power of making his little dick hard. Yeah, I'm not kidding. He's like 7, and
Jesus.
yeah, I mean, you can pull it up if you don't believe me. Because they're like, so you sucked his dick, and she's like, yeah, but so just like I said, the random stuff that would happen at these shows, man.
Stacy says, "This guy is around. Call the police." What the fuck?
Yeah,
are you
it's
talking
not
about
me.
Dan
It's
or
not
Marilyn Manson?
It's not me. I'm not abusing anyone.
Oh my gosh! Now, how much of this stuff appeals to you, Dan? Let's be straight here, because you're watching you watched the Serbian film, which has elements.
I did watch a Serbian film.
Yeah, and you really liked it. I don't blame you. There's, I think, some artistic merit to it, although it is very disturbing.
I'm just shocked on the Serbian film.
Yeah,
just shocked. That went as far as any film I've ever seen.
Wait a minute. I gotta interrupt you. Stacy is saying you are treading into creepy crap, and Stacy loves some of the weirdest effing movies. She and I DM every once in a while with some of the movies that she likes, and she likes some really disturbing movies. Stacy, have you ever seen the Serbian film? We'll wait for a response. Go ahead, Dan.
Well, I don't know what makes me creepy about it. If she likes horror movies too, I mean, then I think I'm almost sensing a hypocritical kind of thing coming to my way on this. Honestly, if you like disturbing shit too, but I'm creepy because I like it. I mean,
I don't know that. I don't know that anyone who likes the Serbian film equals weirdo. That's what she said.
Well, okay. I mean, fine. Like I said, I don't mean that like defensively. Like I'll own it then. Like I own the film. So if that makes me strange because I like it, then okay, I'll be strange. But I'm not into hurting women or certainly not raping women and not cutting women or being shitty to them to even embarrass them or something. So at least I like to think I'm not. So I mean.
Do you have witness? You have people who can vouch for your character?
For sure. Though I'd say the only woman that would say I embarrassed her or something would be my ex-wife. But I mean, she's got malice because we didn't work. So, I mean, an embarrassment would be like she'd be pissed because I, fucking wasn't social enough at a party or something. It's nothing. She said I wasn't gregarious enough and things like that. And I was rude because I didn't talk more or what. Those are the kind of things she bitched about.
Right.
So it was never like, oh, well, you fucking cut my back and played porn footage in front of my friends or, it was never shit like that.
Right.
You know?
Well, Stacy is going to join us next week on this show, and you guys are going to debate the artistic merits of the Serbian film.
I don't want to debate it. I mean, like, I know that's not for everybody. It wasn't even for me. The first time I saw
it. I know. You called me up and you were really disturbed by it.
Yeah, the newborn porn thing, which again isn't real porn, mind you.
Right.
It's just a film and it was a fake baby. They built it. It's on the bonus scenes. I was shocked. I was just like, what did I just fucking see? And then when I read about it, that it was all a metaphor for the politics of their country, then I viewed it in a different lens and then I watched it again.
Right. And Stacy is posting, about how disgusting she feels the film is, but there is we talked about the filmmakers' approach to the film, that they were trying to make a statement about censorship in Serbia, and so it's a very allegorical film.
And they said the country fucks you before you're born, while you're alive, and after you die. Which is why in the film, they're literally being fucked as the kid is born and after they die.
And then Stacy says, great, fake, but gross. Don't get off on it.
I mean, come on. I'm not getting off. I mean, that pun sense.
Be a great show next week, Stacy and Dan.
Well, I mean, I'm not coming to that if that's what she's saying. I mean, that's not fair.
No,
I mean,
and Stacy, he's not ejaculating and jerking off to this stuff. By the way, Aaron says, I know where Dan's coming from. I used to be a big follower of the Insane Clown Posse, the Juggalo, and there were some freaks at those shows too, LOL. It's every art, everyone, I think not everyone, but a lot of people are looking for art that that pushes the boundary. Let's see how far we can take things and uncover some things about art, about ourselves, and so forth. And sometimes, we overstep that bound, whether it's art that's for political purposes or to explore sexuality or to explore race, you name it, any of the sensitive topics out there nowadays. There, a lot of filmmakers, a lot of artists, sculptors, and so forth, painters, they're really pushing it out there. And sometimes that line is crossed for some people and sometimes it's not. Stacy, by the way, says, thanks for that, not saying that. I'm not sure what that means. Thanks for that, not saying that. By the way, I dig certain Juggalos. But okay, so
see, I was never into Insane Clown Posse, but their point is taken. Like you said, they have a huge subculture of people that not only followed their live music but also their wrestling shows.
Right.
I was never into them per se, but I saw one of their shows or whatever. But with Manson, I think the appeal for me at the time, again, I was a huge Nirvana guy, and then Kurt Cobain killed himself, and again, right around the same time, my dad died, and then all these other people that were close to me died. So I'm kind of lost in the world. I don't know what I'm looking for, and like I said, my mom's always at work, so I'm kind of up to my own vices to try to come up with something, And at that time, especially in school, I was always just fucking bothered by Christians. Christians were always fucking, I never believed in God. All right. And I'm the only person in my family that's not religious. And I don't think it should mean anything because it's not like I was adversarial with anybody about it, But like they would come up to me and ask me things like, do you worship the devil or whatever? And I'd say, no, I don't believe in the devil. And they'd be like, literally, this is a absolute fair. This is the conversation that happened to me as an example. Mm-hmm. My friend Sylvester's wife, well, they weren't married yet. They met in school. They've been married like 30 fucking years. Monica asked me, do you worship the devil? I said, no, I don't believe in the devil. I never have, so I don't worship the devil. And she's like, you hear that? He says he doesn't believe in God or the devil. I told you he was a devil worshiper. What the fuck? So I was always being called, just because of the music I liked, a devil worshiper and things. And so, like I said, I saw Manson on like Donahue, and he was talking about, whenever the Christians would fuck with him, he'd be like, the irony is it's unchristian to be so hostile towards somebody for no reason, and so all this stuff started resonating with me. And then I listened to the music and it's like, God damn, the music's good. And I understood like how he felt, man. I felt so alienated in a red state with all these fucking Christians and Republicans around. Everything that they don't like, they paint as anti-Christian or liberal or gay or whatever. They don't like anything they don't like, they just put a label on it. So I felt that's what really initially got me into liking Manson, and I love the music videos. So, I mean, that's what got me started on it. And I was just like the Bears. I was loyal. I kept going back, man. And it's so weird that at the school, not so much college, but high school, I was, like a devil worshiper because I liked music, like rock music.
So you were accused of this throughout high school? Oh, yeah.
And I was either wearing Bears gear or rock shirts. Same shit that I'd wear now. And ironically, if I went to a Manson show at the time, early on when Manson's really popular, they would call me a prep because I'd have like a Manson shirt on, but with like Hilfiger jeans. So yeah, so like they'd be like, oh, he's wearing Tommy shit. He's a fucking, he's not even a real fan. So the goth kids didn't like me because I liked sports and liked Tommy Hilfiger. And then the jocks didn't like me because I was weird and liked rock music. So I never really was a part of any of these cultures other than I just fucking went because I liked the music, man. And I wasn't there to make friends. I was there because I liked the music. But that was sort of the appeal. You have this artist who the whole fucking country at the time is, saying these ridiculous things about him, and they just hate him because he's portraying, and it got farther more aggressive on his tactics on the show, but he was portraying Christians as fascists, and then he was starting. Then when we started getting death threats, he started ripping the Bible up, and it made them hate him even more. So literally, he was here in West Virginia in '97, and CNN came here. And you can pull it up on YouTube now. CNN was here because of the fucking outrage. And he didn't even play West Virginia again until 19. And his mom was from West Virginia. He was here all the time. His dad told me. He said they drove from Canton, Ohio to West Virginia 2 times a month, and he hated it. Because the mom was from Parkersburg, West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, but the outrage just from the Christians. You say he didn't even play here again from 1997 to 2019. So, I mean, that kind of stuff resonated with me. It wasn't because I thought he was being mean to women backstage or something, Anyway, so the point of all this was to say some people on Twitter in response to last week's show wanted me to, or I don't want to misquote them, but they were being assholes to me saying that, well, I'm criticizing the Republicans for not criticizing Trump. Then you're not criticizing Manson, that kind of shit. So I'm I was talking about one person's claims, which was Evan Rachel Wood, which I find dubious because she's contradicted everything she said many times.
Yeah, let me interrupt you a second because Aaron is asking a question. Did he have his ribs removed?
No, that's bullshit. In fact, he gets pissed off about that when people say that.
Really?
That one and the Wonder Years thing. They always said he was Fred Savage's his buddy Kevin.
My gosh.
They tried to say he was Fred Savage's friend on the Wonder Years, which again, he graduated high school in '87 and the show started in '88. That kid was in the 5th grade then. So Paul was the friend's name. Yeah. And it pissed him off whenever they said he was Paul from the Wonder Years and the rib thing. Yeah, but last week, again, just to finish it, the Corey Feldman and Evan Rachel Wood is who I was just saying, oh, get the fuck out of here, But I'm not saying, like this other lady, I have no reason to say that, no reason to disbelieve what she's saying.
Stacy's going to be on next week. Stacy's going to be on next week. She wants to debate all this stuff with you. Are you game?
As long as there's not malice involved, I feel like a debate always inevitably ends like this. One person telling me that I'm a bad person because they disagree with me. Yeah, it's always like you're immoral, or you're an atheist, or which I don't even like being called an atheist, because if I knew,
but you are,
but I'm not. I would go agnostic, because if I tell you, Aldo Gandia, there's no God, then I'm doing to you what I don't want you to do to me.
Right.
I would never tell you I have no fucking idea, no clue whatsoever. If you had to put a gun to my head, I would say when I die, I'm probably just going to be gone. But like I always told my mom really believed in God. And I always told her genuinely, I hope you're right. All the stuff you believe in, I hope it all comes into fruition, and I hope it's as great as you want it to be. And I still hope that. Like, I would be willing to go to hell for my mom to be in heaven. And I mean that. And if you really want me to elaborate farther, which I don't want to go too much farther, but I'll just say one of my biggest problems with religion is that, except with the current Pope, who I like a lot, but most religions attack gay people. And I just can never get on board by saying that two men who are sucking each other's cocks, because let's be honest, they never hate lesbians, because we all like to jack off to lesbians. Come on, they're lesbians, But they say that the gay men are just going to go to hell because who they love. I can never endorse that. Never. I'll never be able to go to a place where they think that gay people are immoral just because who they love. I will never be on board with that.
Stacy wants to assure you that she is the nicest person and she's open-minded. And Aaron adds, Dan, I feel people in agnostic he says, wow, Dan, I feel people in agnostic too. I'm from Kentucky, so I know exactly where you're coming from.
He knows that.
So, yeah, I mean, a lot of people are becoming agnostic now because religion has, organized religion has failed them. They, with all of the corruption that's involved in organized religion, all of the hypocrisy and so forth. So a lot of people have become agnostic. I don't think that's anything.
But in the same token, both of us like Bill Maher, right? Mm-hmm. You and I watch Bill Maher. I've seen him live a couple times doing stand-up, and I like the documentary Religulous, but that was from 2008.
Mm-hmm.
And like 2 weeks ago on the show, or maybe it's 3 weeks ago, whenever he first came back, at the end of New Rules, his editorial was to blame evangelical Christians for Trumpism. And I just felt like that was a cheap shot. Like, there's no correlation with that as a fact. You could probably point up maybe 100 evangelical Christians that are Trump people, but I'm not comfortable saying that all evangelical Christians are Republican right-wingers. And I'm from a red state. I thought that was just to get his anti-religion shit in. And again, I like it. I think it's funny, but my point is Maher is too caustic with it and adversarial in some situations.
Absolutely.
Like that.
His what's the word?
He's confrontational with it.
He really is.
And I don't want to do that to people.
His tolerance for people with faith is very, very small, and that's wrong for him to be that way.
Yeah, I mean, again, he wants acceptance for his views on weed and his lack of faith,
mm-hmm.
but he's very intolerant toward others that disagree with him. He's very much like Bill O'Reilly in that regard.
Very much so. That's a good analogy and a good comparison. All right, I want to shift.
They're both the same guy on opposite ends, you know?
Yeah, really.
Of the spectrum.
And they've had some interesting debates. Bill Maher, once or twice. I don't want to mistake him.
Yeah, he used to go on Fox all the time.
Exactly.
And like he said he did Hannity and Combs like 30 times and could never get either guy on his show.
That's weird. All right, I want to shift the conversation to another movie I watched this weekend. I saw a ton of movies this weekend. I just vegged out. I didn't want to be bothered. My wife and I said, let's watch movies and so forth. And one of the movies we watched was Judas and the Black Messiah. Have you heard of it, Dan?
I have not. Never heard of it.
All right. FBI informant, and I'm reading this from their preview, from their advertisement. FBI informant William O'Neill infiltrates the Illinois Black Panther Party and is tasked with keeping tabs on their charismatic leader, Chairman Fred Hampton. A career thief, O'Neill revels in the danger of manipulating both his comrades and his handler, Special Agent Roy Mitchell. Hampton's political prowess grows just as he's falling in love with a fellow revolutionary, Deborah Johnson. Meanwhile, a battle wages for O'Neill's soul. Will he align with the forces of good, meaning Fred Hampton, or subdue Hampton and the Panthers by any means, as FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover commands him to do so? I don't particularly like the way they phrased that there. I'm going to play the trailer. Again, I have not screened this, so I'm not sure how it's going to work for audio purposes, those of you listening on the audio podcast. But those of you watching on video, you'll get the full effect, I think, of Judas and the Black Messiah.
Deputy Chairman Fred Hampton of the Illinois Black Panther Party.
Repeat after me. I am a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary.
You're looking at 18 months for the stolen car, 5 years for impersonating a federal officer, or you can go home.
The Black Panthers are forming a rainbow coalition of oppressed brothers and sisters of every color.
Their aim is to sow hatred and inspire terror.
I will learn all that I can.
These ain't no terrorists.
You can murder a liberator, but you can't murder liberation. You can murder a revolutionary, but you can't murder revolution. And you can murder a freedom fighter, but you can't murder freedom.
Dan, powerful movie. This is
it sounds timely too.
Yes, exactly. This I remember as a kid because this happened in Chicago, and so it was covered by the local media extensively. The FBI went in and shot Fred Hampton, the leader, the chairman of the Black Panther Party. They shot and murdered him, assassinated him while he was asleep. And this documentary points out that they had somebody working for them within the Black Panther Party and giving them information. In fact, one of the things that this person gave to the FBI was a layout of Hampton's home so that they knew exactly, the FBI agents who went in there to kill Hampton knew exactly where to go, where he was sleeping and so forth. And they assassinated him in cold blood as he was sleeping. And this informant also gave Hampton a drug so that he would be sleeping and unable to get up while he was being killed. This documentary is so powerful in so many ways. Now,
is it a documentary or a film?
Excuse me, I said documentary, but it's a docudrama is what I should have said. And
how do I watch it?
HBO Max.
Okay, well, yeah, I definitely subscribe to HBO, so maybe it's coming on the TV part of it as well.
Yeah,
if it isn't, I can still watch it at work because I got Max there.
Excellent. You have got to watch it. It is.
Tell me the title one more time.
It is called. It's got a awkward title, in my opinion. It's Judas and the Black Messiah. The Black Messiah, of course, being Fred Hampton, and Judas.
And the guy was the traitor that gave the FBI.
Exactly, the informant William O'Neill. And there's the real William O'Neill sat down for a PBS documentary. I forgot the name of the documentary, but it was about 5 years or so after Hampton was assassinated, and those actual clips are used in the movie. And then I learned afterwards that the day after the PBS documentary aired, William O'Neill committed suicide. And the reason he committed suicide is that because his guilt about what he did, because as he was working as an FBI informant and he was listening to all these lectures by Hampton, he was starting to believe, oh, this guy might be onto something. This guy, he might be right about what's going on, how America is treating black people and so forth. His guilt got started to really get to him, that he walked out. Those of you in Chicago know the Eisenhower Expressway. He walked out into the middle of the Eisenhower Expressway and got run over by traffic and was killed. This is a very, very powerful movie, and will send you to the internet to do more research on the real people involved. And one of the cool things about the movie is that it is pretty close to, it's always based on true events, but it's pretty close to reality. The one thing that I did not like about the movie, although the casting is superb on so many levels, the performances are fantastic, but the one thing that I kind of debated a little bit was William Clark, when he started to work for the FBI and became a member of the Black Panthers, he was only 17 years old at the time. He's portrayed in the movie by a great actor, and people will recognize him from other movies. His name is Lakeith Stanfield. And if you saw that first film done by the guy from Key and Peele, the first movie that Key made, that was a horror movie. I forgot the title of it. Anyway, nonetheless, my point is that the real William Keith was a 17-year-old who was very susceptible to being wooed by whatever the FBI was feeding him. And so that's why it was easy for him to get suckered by the FBI. In the movie, he's played by a 29-year-old, and you can kind of, if they would have cast the movie with a younger person, you would have been able to experience more of the reality of what was going on with that particular character. But nonetheless,
I know that guy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, great actor, right?
Sandler movie called Uncut Gems.
Yes, the Sandler movie, correct.
and he was in Get Out as well.
That's the one that I was thinking of. That's the one. Get Out. Yes.
Yeah, I did not enjoy Get Out. But
No, you
I
didn't?
didn't even really like the Sandler film that much, actually. But
you didn't like Get Out,
was
huh?
too fucking heavy for me. Like,
really?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on their side. I swear to God, in terms of their everything, like you said, their propaganda, quote unquote propaganda from the '60s and stuff. I have a sympathetic viewpoint too, but I mean, when you're saying that, and I know it's just a film, but they're like brainwashing black people to be like their fucking maids and butlers and shit. I mean, in the movie, it was just a little bit far, I thought, and they were using Brian Williams' daughter to sexually bring them to the house for them to like basically make them zombies, and just this big racist plot. I don't know. I just felt a little like it kind of jumped the shark, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I didn't get that. I am a big fan of that filmmaker. He's made 2 films now. And I should call up his name, but he's made 2 films, and he's just a young filmmaker. By the way, I got a 3rd film that I saw this weekend. You might like this one. The Rental. Have you heard of The Rental?
I don't know who's in The Rental.
Alison Brie. Do you know Alison Brie? She's been in a lot of movies. She was in the HBO, or not HBO show. She was in a Netflix show called Glow, the Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling.
I definitely did not watch that.
Oh. Why?
I mean, I would, or I guess, but I haven't seen it. So
Stacey saw it. She said she loved it.
I've got something for you then that I
okay, well, let me tell you real quick. The Rental is this story about these two couples. They rent this luxurious house by the lake. They're going to spend the weekend because one of the couples landed this big account. And so they're going to celebrate the 2 couples out there. They're going to do drugs. They're going to have fun. They're going to drink and so forth. Well, unfortunately, there's somebody videotaping what they're doing. And somebody getting off on, their sex with one another and so forth. And so it becomes this really intriguing, it ends up being a slasher film, but that's like the last 20 minutes, but it's a suspense thriller type film. And so if you're into a good 100-minute, popcorn type film, I would recommend you see the Rental. But the problem with the movie is, at least a lot of people think there's a problem, is the last 10 minutes of the movie are like, what? Are you serious? Did I really just sit through this whole movie for that ending? Now, other people are satisfied by it, but I would give it a shot. I think I would love for you to see it so that we could talk about it on this show.
Did you see, without looking, who the writer and director of that is?
Yes, it is Dave Franco.
James Franco's brother. Yeah.
James Franco's brother, who is a pretty good actor, and I think now a filmmaker we should keep an eye on, because I thought he did a really good job on this initial filmmaker, which his first film, which he co-wrote and directed.
I got something for you then. Over the weekend, I finished, there was a 4-part documentary on HBO, and I just finished the last part this week, and I will bring it. Made me think of it when we were talking politics briefly there. So it's called The Lady and the Dale.
Oh, I've heard of it. Yeah, I've been planning on seeing that. It's a 4-part documentary, you said, right?
Yeah. So if you want to watch, I'll try not to give you spoilers. Then I'll just try to give you the.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to give you one spoiler, but it's.
I don't mind spoilers so much.
Okay. So the gist of the story is this con man who's arrested over and over and over for, I mean, just like fraud and, the litany of false pretense, all these charges. Just eventually starts to have a sex change in the 70s, which is, trans isn't exactly a thing that a lot of people did in 1971, So, but very quickly, because is exploiting the the oil crisis of the early 70s, and coming up with this car called the Dale. They even show footage of it. It was on The Price is Right, for fuck's sake. And it was supposed to be a 3-wheel car that was going to take like 50 miles to a gallon in the early 70s. So long story short, in that, all these people start paying money down to get a Dale before it comes off the line. Well, you know, their money's not actually going to the car, right? And if it's going to this female, or is it a male, whatever. And I say that because nobody knew. They just knew that at the time, that nobody knew if the motive was to hide, because he was still wanted for crimes from when he was actually living as a male. So nobody knew at the time that was this guy just hiding his sexuality as a way to hide, or was he seriously trans and felt that he was a woman, you know, going through the actual change. So the context of that is the local news people get when that this is bullshit, that they're not really making a car, or if they are, they don't have the right people making the car, and all these people are spending their money. Long story short, guy does all these local pieces, like I guess it's ABC 7 out of LA or whatever, and is doing all these hatchet pieces on the lady because she's lying. She's fucking lying. And as it fucking turns out, that was Tucker Carlson's dad.
Are you serious?
It's fucking Tucker's dad. And so at the end of it, at the very end, you find out that the rest of her life, she did live as a woman.
Wow.
It's like she did want to be a woman. She was taking the hormones. At one point, she had to quit because she didn't have the money anymore. But she wasn't doing it just for... Now, I don't want to take up for Tucker's dad, but he didn't know that, though. This person had so many crimes against him.
Sure.
You could see that maybe this was just a way of hiding his identity. But as it did turn out, this person did attempt to be a woman the rest of her life and fought in court to be identified as a woman and won in the 70s. And so, which is pretty cool that the judge like ruled in her favor. And I was a huge fan of Unsolved Mysteries with Robert Stack when I was a kid.
Sure. Great show.
Like, she got caught on Unsolved Mysteries.
Is that
Shows
right?
the fucking
Holy
story.
cow.
Like, yeah, because her trial ended in the late 70s and she skipped bail or skipped sentencing. And they caught her in 89 based on Unsolved Mysteries.
This is on HBO, correct?
Yeah, it's called The Lady and the Dale.
Yeah. They're following up. They did the McMillions show documentary.
Yeah, I remember the McDonald's thing. I didn't see that, but yeah, I remember it.
It's very good. You should check it out. I found the trailer to The Lady and the Dale. Let me play that, and gives me an opportunity to empty my bladder. Here it comes.
Okay.
Henry Ford said, you catch things on the rising tide, you're doomed to success.
She wanted to be known as a trailblazer. As any good criminal, she was thinking several moves ahead.
America in the early 70s, anybody could be anything they wanted to be. I've got a mother of 5 who's invented the car. Is she famous? No, but she's going to be.
I'm going to knock the hell out of Detroit.
She thought that she would be the next Henry Ford.
It's a situation of David fighting Goliath.
She was afraid of spies from the Big Three.
There was a briefcase full of cash, and next to it, the .357 Magnum revolver.
It was a house of cards.
Law enforcement agencies started taking a closer look, and the press turned on her and said, this is a scam.
When they couldn't decide if the car was real or not, they started focusing on Liz. She was on trial as a trans person.
When the police started swarming in the house, they got her because she came back to say goodbye to her kids.
She was ahead of her time. She knew the pain.
She took it upon herself to defend herself in front of the jury. This is a woman who knew how to inspire.
She was one of those people that could sell anything.
The defendant has been charged with a plot to murder some of the witnesses.
It was just crazy. Someone started shooting.
This person was totally unknown until she showed up in Los Angeles promoting a three-wheel car. Who the hell was she?
People need a hero. That's what America's all about.
Go for it's Tucker's dad, because there's a certain element to the show. They're arguing that the man was doing these reports against her because he had a problem with her being trans.
Mm-hmm.
And they're really making her out to be like this trans trailblazer. And I don't know if that's fair, because the things that they were doing the reporting on, she was guilty of. It's not like they were, just smearing her as a criminal because she was. But although, to be fair, they had Tucker's dad found a tennis player that was playing tennis and winning all these tournaments, but found out that it was a man and blew her cover. But again, I mean, God, if the pretext is you're playing women and you're presenting yourself as a woman and you're killing them, like, maybe it's because you were a man. I don't know. Maybe that's a fair story too. I don't know. It's not for me to judge, but they really they kind of go after Tucker's dad because who he is in that one. But the story, it's good. It's good. It's fun. And if, again, she talks about wanting to lead the world and change the world. She got all these narcissistic qualities, and wanting to be president. She loves Alex Jones. She sounds like Donald Trump when you're listening to her talks.
Stacy wants to know, how is being a trans person a problem?
It's not a problem. I said in a tennis match, if you're playing a female and you were a male who is now identifying as female, then it's not exactly fair in the tennis match, is all I was saying.
Mm-hmm. In
terms of, like, if it were, let's just take tennis out. If it was an NBA game, an NBA player who suddenly wanted to be, a female and was playing a WNBA female, would that be fair if he was in the WNBA and used to be an NBA player? I don't know. Maybe so, but I could see the reason that they reported on it, is all I'm saying.
I just can't wait till Stacy joins us next week.
Well, again, I don't want to suddenly be like, oh God, you might as well be Tucker Carlson because I don't like you. I feel like that's the way it's going to go next week. And I hope that that's not the case. But like, suddenly I'm a bigot because I said that it would be unfair for an NBA player to play in the WNBA. I don't think that makes me a bigot.
No. We'll let Stacy discuss that with you. Stacy says, I can't wait to be on the show next week either. So
again, if it's just going to be an ad hominem attack,
no, she's not. That's not Stacy. Stacy's a great spirit. She's an unbelievably cool and kind person. So it's just going to be a great discussion. I wouldn't even. Let's not even call it a debate. We'll call it a discussion.
Okay.
You're getting nervous, aren't you?
No, but all these kind of conversations always tend to go the same way.
No, they don't
like
have
the liberal calls me a conservative and the conservative calls me a left-wing pussy or something. That's the way it always ends up going, Yeah, I really don't think like Tooch in the height of on like November was trying to call me. If again, he and I are fine. I respect Santucci very much, but that day we were going back and forth, and he was basically the way I don't want to misquote him, but he was saying because I voted for W over Al Gore that I was pro-war. Like I suddenly was for war and fascism. And like, wow, that's a big leap. I just didn't like Clinton's second term, and I didn't like Al Gore. But yeah, okay.
Here's the thing.
I should have voted for Ralph Nader in hindsight, but I voted for W that time. So, and I shouldn't have, but I did. And I admitted that. But he was like, I didn't vote for W, or you must be pro-war. So suddenly I'm pro-war and pro-death. And pro-fascism, even though Trump is the fascist. But okay.
All right. In the last 15 minutes of the show here, it's 3:44 running time. Last 20 minutes or so, we're going to talk a little bit about what happened with the impeachment trial. And so I know a lot of people are going to say goodbye.
Well, I'm sending you for your own, for whenever. It's an 8-minute piece that CNN did when Manson was here in West Virginia in 97.
Okay.
With the Christian protesters, and
They
talk about his.
You're sending that to me?
Text it to you. I mean, not to watch it now, but just in general. It's 8 minutes, and again, they talk about the Rolling Stone article that had just come out then, and it's fun. I mean, it takes you back in time. If you got 8 minutes
should we I'll take a look at it and maybe we'll play it on next week's show. How's that?
That's fine. Like, I recorded this when it aired. So, but
Stacy says, by the way, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Stacy says that she voted for W too.
Okay. Well, I hope that, like I said, it's just funny that means I'm like some hard right winger now, because I voted for W in that regard. And then,
you're a weirdo when it comes to voting. Excuse me. You vote for Bernie Sanders and then you vote for.
I love Bernie.
Yeah, you love Bernie, and then you love George W. Bush. I mean,
said it was a mistake. I said in hindsight I should have voted for Ralph Nader.
No.
I didn't like Al Gore. I still don't. And I thought Clinton's term was terrible. His second term was terrible.
I hated Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was introduced corporate.
As a politician, but he ran as FDR and was Bush 41.
No, but he did not run as FDR. I was there. I was actually working at.
I remember. I was watching the debates with my mom and dad. I was heavily involved. I was watching Iran-Contra as a kid. So I mean, I was there. Like you think, oh, you're just too young. No, I wasn't emotionally invested the way I am now, but I was watching. I remember Stockdale not being able to hear the question during the vice presidential debate, asking to please repeat the question because my hearing aid's not turned on. And it was Dan Quayle and Stockdale and Al Gore. So I mean, I was watching. I was
watching too. I was actually covering the presidential race. I covered two of Bill Clinton's press conferences here in Chicago, and one of them was when he had 100 CEOs from corporate from Fortune 500 companies. 100 CEOs on the stage of the Auditorium Theater here in Chicago. There's no way he was running as FDR. 100 CEOs.
He was trying to pass universal health care is what I was talking about.
Okay. All right. So
and Hillary did go for years the face of that.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about the trial. I know Donald Trump.
The Mitch McConnell thing makes me throw my head through.
Let's set it up first so that people know exactly what we're talking about. There are some people who like I was talking to. Hey, yeah, what'd you think about the impeachment trial? What impeachment trial? Apparently, a lot of Americans don't know that the former president of the United States was impeached, and he went through.
Every Republican I talked to said they didn't even watch it.
Exactly. There's a lot of people.
They just wanted to fucking like Trump no matter what.
Right. I think Tony in the chat room says Trump made my broke ass so much money these past 4 years. So I'm sure he was totally in favor of the acquittal that Donald Trump had. But I wanted to get your thoughts on it. What'd you think about the trial? What'd you think about the acquittal? And any other thoughts you want to share about it?
Those 13 minutes on opening day, after they got through the bullshit of it being constitutional or not on Tuesday, the House managers showed that unedited, all the language, all the violence, a summary of the day that time-stamped everything, with regards to Trump's tweets, his speech, things that were said versus, like it was showing the crowd suddenly wanting to hang Mike Pence and time stamping it versus when he sent the tweet, things like that. And was just so, I mean, I was watching it the day of anyway, but I don't know how anybody could watch that video and then suddenly just be okay with it. I mean, like I said, if that were fucking Robert Kennedy or Bernie Sanders or Barack Obama, I would be thoroughly against them if they were advocating this shit, and especially being the catalyst for it. And it's not just me saying that. Oh yeah, it's the Republican Senate Minority Leader Mitch fucking McConnell who said it, which again is disingenuous because he votes to acquit and then goes on a tirade saying that Trump won't necessarily get away with this because there's civil court and there's criminal court, and he's morally responsible and should be liable for all of this.
Right.
And he goes on this speech that sounds like he's one of the Democrats.
Right.
It sounds like he's one of the fucking the House managers. And yet he votes to impeach. And again, the irony of that, he says, well, it's a constitutional matter. I don't think we should be able to impeach a former president. Wow. Isn't that interesting? He was technically impeached while he was president, and the trial could have happened while he was still president. But it was Mitch McConnell who wouldn't call the Senate back because at that time McConnell was the Senate Majority Leader.
That's right.
So McConnell, he himself, precludes the trial from happening while Trump is still president. Mm-hmm. And then at the trial says everything the Democrats just said was true. He's a piece of shit. But I can't vote to convict him because we didn't have the trial when he was president. Oh, by the way, it's your fault they didn't have the trial when he was president. I don't even know what to say to that. Like I said, the hypocrisy he had with the Supreme Court justice, with Garland, and then now, like, you know, when he put that fucking Amy Coney Barrett on there, like the hypocrisy with that again just goes unchecked, unscrutinized by anybody on the right. You know, if Fox News isn't being critical of that, but if that was the other way, if that had been Obama doing that, oh my God, the same thing with January 6th. If that had been like Antifa or Black Lives Matter protesters doing that, they'd have been shot dead, and they would have been in favor of it. But that was one of the things the guy that lost his kid to suicide, and his daughter was at the Capitol with him the day of, and he cried.
Rankin.
Yeah, he said that one of the things that they discussed in law class when he was teaching it was, you know, the first thing is to automatically have your students flip the details. Like, how would you pretend, like if in this instance, you would say, okay, pretend it's a Democrat in this situation and Trump is a Democrat. Mm-hmm. Now make the case. And you have to pretend he's a Democrat. You always flip it and make them see it from both sides.
Right.
And if that's the case, there's no way the Republicans would have given the Democrat a break on this, and nor would I, nor would you. Nobody would, and they shouldn't get it. I am shocked. I'm shocked, but I'm not shocked. When I saw the video that they gave and that they presented, I was like, man, that's so damning. And then the fact that he encouraged these people to harm Mike Pence, and that's not hyperbole.
Not at all.
That's not hyperbole. And for them to show that the people started saying, like, hang Mike Pence based upon his tweet. And then even you've got that congresswoman from Washington and McCarthy both saying that he wasn't upset about it. And McCarthy, to put it in Mike North's vernacular, is a Trump ball washer. Remember he said the bear ball washer. And they were saying that, oh, well, Kevin, maybe you just don't want it as much as they do. You know, talking about the protesters, or not even protesters, the insurgency from the insurrection. He was defending them even at that moment when McCarthy's like begging him to call them off. And that was documented by 2 Republicans, that he was happy about what was happening. He was fucking happy and was cheerleading this shit and thought they were great people. He loves them. Remember, he said he loved them.
Mm-hmm.
He loved them. And McConnell admitted that the Democrat presentation was on point. If you didn't know who McConnell was or who he represented, you would think he was a part of the prosecution here. You would think he was a part of the left wing coming after him. And he's the Republican. So now I don't know where this leaves them, because you've empowered the MAGA movement to continue, and now they're going to fucking try to primary everyone that voted to convict him. And give the 7 of them, give Mitt Romney credit. Jesus Christ, he's voted to convict him both times. And you say, oh, well, he's bitter, he's this. I mean, fuck, man. I mean, how can you discredit Mitt when he lost one election? Trump lost the popular vote on both of them. So he lost both times. The only candidate in the history of our country to lose the popular vote on 2 elections. The only guy to be impeached 2 different times. So, but yeah, they all hate Mitt Romney now. So I don't know how they recover from this. And you figure, like, that asshole Lindsey Graham is saying that, you know, that one of the Trumps is going to run and win in North Carolina now. And on January 6th, he was, you know, giving a speech about how this had to end, and, you know, Trump is at fault for this, and now he's back to sucking his dick. He was helping those 2 terrible, or 3 of them, those horrible attorneys.
They were really bad.
Yeah, he and the mullet man, Ted Cruz literally has a mullet now. I'm not making
that
up.
He does. That's true.
Yeah, and they were confiding with the Republicans during the trial when they're supposed to be jurors.
Mm-hmm.
Could you and that fucking Holly, could you imagine if you were called for jury duty and you just sat there with your feet propped up? You would go to jail for contempt of court. And they let Josh Hawley just sit there with his feet propped up, doing his bills, looking at his phone, just fucking not paying attention. And he's supposed to be a sworn juror in a serious matter. But they already had their decision made beforehand how they were going to go.
It's a joke. There are people in the jury who were a part of instigating the insurrection. I mean, Ted Cruz is videotaped a day or 2 before, telling people, go down there, show there. Josh Hawley raising his fist, and on and on.
If that had been a black person, they'd have said that's a black power sign.
Of course. Yeah. It was just totally wrong. Here's what, you know, I've thought a lot about, you know, what I should say during this segment of the show, but I found this TikTok video. It was actually posted on Twitter, and I wish that I knew the name of this gentleman who offers this rant about the GOP. I wanted to play it because I thought he did a really good job here of explaining just what happened during this impeachment trial.
Republican Party shouldn't exist. Hot take, I know. Listen, let's say I'm about to race you. 100-meter dash in front of everybody. You finna get smoked. I have a lot of people that are very dedicated to me and really want me to win. And I'm so confident that 6 months before our race, I'm saying the only way you're gonna win is if you cheat. I keep repeating that, and my fans begin to say the same thing too. The day comes and we race. We lace up in front of everybody on national television. We run and you beat me. I immediately begin saying, it's because you cheated, like I said months ago. I say that over and over again to get the people who love me really riled up. The official referees, including some I appointed, look at our race footage 62 times. None of them find any evidence that you cheated. Despite this, I continue to say that you cheated and schedule a rally. It was originally going to be at a lot by your house, but I intervene with the permit and make sure it's at your house. Enraged by my continuous lying, they storm your house, 5 people die, and they were looking for you and your family to kill. Should I go to prison? Well, that doesn't fucking matter because I'm friends with 43 out of the 100 people deciding whether or not I go to prison. And they decided I did nothing wrong because I said peacefully one time, we Republicans love the Constitution. Until we fucking don't.
I think he said it all right there. I mean,
right. It's so on point. I just don't know. I don't know how the Republicans defend this. I mean, I don't mean like elected officials. I mean the people that I know, because they have it's always a what about, whataboutism. Well, what about Antifa? What about Black Lives Matter? What about blah, blah, blah? It's never like, well, what about fucking this? What about the storming the Capitol, trying to overthrow an election? The violent, again, they all were just so pissed off at Colin Kaepernick. They hated the peaceful kneel. It was so tasteless and so insulting to them and the soldiers and the flag and blah, blah, blah. Beat their dicks to the fucking flag. But when it comes to actually overthrowing our government and taking a Confederate flag into the fucking Capitol and trying to kill people, These same people that were against the peaceful protest support the violent protest. Go fucking figure that.
The factor is asking us,
here.
have you guys watched The Fall of the Cabal? It's a government conspiracy documentary. You know what? The factor, if it's not from a legitimate news agency or has been fact checked, then I'm not going to watch it, because there's a lot of government conspiracy documentaries out there, and there's 99.9% of them are just false. Dem Slaughter says, why did the House managers falsify evidence in a Dem trial led by a Democrat juror? That's just not true. They did not falsify evidence. There was some evidence that was incorrect, and it was brought up by Trump's lawyers, but it was never presented in the trial. It wasn't presented, but they just wanted to muddle things up. When a losing attorney, when an attorney has a case that they cannot prove, that they cannot prove that the charges against their client are wrong, what do? They muddle things up. These guys had 8 hours to present their case. They took 3 hours. And what did they do during those 3 hours? They kept replaying the same videos over and over again. They kept showing evidence that wasn't presented in the case, but they presented it anyways because they wanted to muddle things up. That's what these high-paid attorneys do when they are representing criminals. That's the case. Dem Slaughter thinks that I'm full of shit, but that's not true. It's just not true. I
wonder if the people that are saying that we're full of shit, and again, I'm not, pissed off at them or have no malice toward them, but I wonder if they advocate the theory of Marjorie Taylor Greene that W was somehow responsible for staging 9/11. See, to me, I feel that sounds fucking crazy. Like I told you I voted for W that term, but let's just assume I was a Nader voter, which I should have been, but okay, let's assume I like Gore. I would have okay, let's say I voted for W and Gore would have somehow won Florida. I wouldn't have said that Al Gore was responsible for 9/11. And it's crazy that the far right suddenly thinks that W somehow, like, it was an inside job. Do you believe that?
No.
Okay, I don't know what QAnon, like, where these people come from. Like, I know there's all the, like, Michael Moore, I had all those, and then there's a video called Loose Change. I mean, I've watched them, and I do think it's kind of odd there was never any video footage of the Pentagon, but do I think that George W. Bush was specifically responsible for everybody dying like there? No. So it's not me attacking Republicans. I'm defending one right there.
Let me tell you something. If George Bush and or Dick Cheney created 9/11, then they did a horrible job of it. Because here is George Bush reading a school book to kids. He has an advisor whisper into his ears, America is under attack. And George Bush sits there for 7.5 minutes. He doesn't look like courageous. He doesn't look like, fuck, I'm going to get up here and take care of our country. He looks there like a dope. He looks there like an effing dope. He didn't know what to do. He was totally shocked by the whole thing. There are pictures of Dick Cheney in the Situation Room as he's being fed information about what's going on. There was another attack in this city and so forth. And there are pictures of him with grave concern because he himself was totally unaware that this was happening. Now, did these guys want this to happen? Probably, because they had their mind
They
set.
wanted to go into Iraq. I'll grant you that.
You got it.
But I don't think that they intentionally, had any, like a demolition, on the Trade Center, like a bomb. Like, I just don't believe that. I'm sorry, but it's the QAnon people believe that. I don't know where the Republicans have gone. Like the extreme, I don't like to call all Republicans extreme, but the extreme wing of their party is their like mainstream now. The ones that support, God, I don't want to say it, but the ones that are okay with the Proud Boys and all these groups, but don't like being called racist. They hate it if you call them a racist, but they won't denounce the white supremacists. Those are the ones that are fucking the mainstream now. Their officials are elected now that are helping propagate this shit.
Well, Dan, and to your point, here's the headline from one of the major newspapers. 6 of the 7 GOP senators who voted to convict Trump are now facing blowback and formal censures back in their home states. So almost all of the GOP senators who voted to convict Trump are receiving blowback back home. Several are facing censures from local or statewide Republican parties.
Did you see what Arizona's trying to do?
No.
Arizona is trying to make it. I don't know the circumstances. I saw in the Times the other day, they were trying to pass a state law that essentially said, if we don't like the results, we can just change them. If the vote happens and we don't like them, of course, it's the Republican state legislature who's trying to say if they don't like the results, they can just do what the fuck they want. That's a very dangerous precedent. And this is happening right here in America.
Mm-hmm. Very dangerous precedent.
Yeah, and if you bring up like the history of fascism, like again, they look at you like how dare you? But I mean, that's the propagandists from Germany. I mean, this is equivalent in a lot of ways, and it's not hyperbole to bring that up because I mean, you didn't just start out like with the camps, the concentration camp. It just didn't happen one day. I mean, like it built up to this atrocity. It wasn't a flick of a switch. Like, well, today we're gonna fucking kill people. You know,
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about a slow meteoric rise, and basically starting with the Treaty of Versailles at the end of World War I. But I don't want to get into that. I'm just saying the point is these situations matter. And what's happening to this party is it is fascism. It's fucking fascist.
And
that's scary, man. That's fucking scary.
And I'm empathetic for anyone who says, hey, Trump made me money. I like Trump and so forth. And I understand that, times are tough. And so when you get a president in office who helps the industry that you work in and you're making a good living, it's very, very easy then to support that president, even though there's evidence that that person did wrong. And the evidence is clear. And the one piece of evidence that no one can refute is that once Donald Trump knew that the Capitol was under attack and that his vice president, his very own vice president, was being ushered out by the Secret
Service. Who had been loyal to him the whole time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a whole separate issue, but who was being ushered out, he had an obligation to do something about it. And what did Donald Trump do? He did nothing. In fact, he sent out a tweet that put his life in even more danger. Mike Pence being the person that I'm talking about. So the evidence is irrefutable. And that's why 7 Republicans, the most of any other party of a president that's been impeached, the most from an opposite party that has voted for conviction on an impeachment trial, it's the most in history. And so unfortunately, it's just too bipartisan. And then you get, like Dan says, you get Mitch McConnell, the leader of the Senate, saying, yeah, he did it, but we shouldn't have tried him because he was already out of office. And which is
couldn't happen because McConnell wouldn't bring the senators back
right,
while he was in office.
Which is fucking totally bogus. You cannot give any president, whether it's Obama, it's Bush, it's Kennedy, whatever president in history, you can't give them 30, 40 days of just, hey, do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, whatever atrocity you want to commit.
Whatever crime you want to commit. And, you've got a free get out of jail card because we can't impeach you during this period. It doesn't work that way.
To bring this kind of full circle of what I was talking about Tucker earlier, I remember, and was talking about Bill Maher earlier, I remember when, ironically, Tucker worked at MSNBC at the time and was covering Katrina and the floods and all that shit. He was down in the heart of all of that. And when he comes back, a month later or whatever, he's on Real Time. I'm sure it's on YouTube if you didn't see it or maybe you forgot it. But Spike Lee is also on there. And Spike did a fantastic documentary on HBO called When the Levees Broke. 4 hours. And but Spike said something, and Tucker's response, oh my God. Like today, it's what I'm saying, if you knew who he was going to be later. Spike was intimating that the government, bombed the levees to kill black people. And, Tucker's like, that is absolutely irresponsible and ridiculous that you would say that. He's like, you have influence with this community. And when you say that irresponsibly, you make people believe you that their own government blew up those levees. He said, if you have some proof of that, I'll be the first person to go on TV and call out our government and say, look what they're doing to this culture, that culture, anybody. If they're responsible for that, that's terrorism. And I will gleefully go on TV with you and call them out. But unless you have proof of what you're saying, that's dangerous and irresponsible. And he kind of won the argument. Even Maher just sort of was like, yeah. But who's festering all of Trump's unsubstantiated horseshit in the last 4 months? Fox News, Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity.
Well,
again, he
it
told
goes beyond
Spike
that
Lee,
now.
it's dangerous to say things that you can't document.
Right.
But he was doing it on his show every night at 8 p.m.
Yeah, because it's an opinion show, and legally it's actually been deemed by a federal judge.
I saw that where the woman sued him, and his whole defense was that no one takes me seriously anyway. It's an entertainment show.
Entertainment show.
Won. Right. Yeah, he won a civil lawsuit for that.
That's right. So it's
just horseshit.
It is horseshit. And first of all, I want to thank The Factor and Tony. And
where has Bill been all these years? Where is Bill now? Is he on our show?
Dem Slaughter, although Dem Slaughter, I think, pulled the plug about a couple of minutes ago. But all of the conservatives who are still listening to two liberals rant about, the unfairness of the impeachment trial and so forth, I want to thank you for just sticking it out and listening to us. And if you want to come on here and debate one of us or just discuss or whatever the word is, and just want to share your political views, which we usually share, talk about in the last half hour, 15 minutes of the show, we'd love to have you on. And we're not going to gang up on you. I think hopefully by now that while we may be firm in our beliefs, our liberal beliefs on certain things, we are fair-minded, and we want to thank you for being fair-minded and sticking around to the end of the show to listen to our thoughts.
I give my word. If someone disagrees with me, because the thing I hate the most is when someone gets personal with me just because they disagree with me. I will not do that to a Republican, a right-winger, whatever you want to call them. I'm not going to say you're automatically a piece of shit or a bad guy because you thought Trump shouldn't have been you agreed with the acquittal. I'm not going to say you're a horrible human being and you're a fascist or whatever. I'm not. I mean, like I said, if we disagree in real life, I just try to avoid people that I disagree with because I don't want to get to that point where you are mudslinging. If you know that you're never going to agree with each other, then I would rather be defined by the things we do have in common versus the differences that we have. So I'm just pledging to try to be a gentleman as much as I can, even if we disagree, because we don't have to argue. We can have a good, solid conversation that has respect, even if we disagree. It doesn't have to be a fucking Fox News show or a CNN show, whatever. We don't have to be yelling and have to turn the mics off,
That is one of the beauties of America, is that we have the ability to discuss these things, debate these things. That is what makes America great. Because, hey, I'll tell you one thing. I am liberal. I'm a Bernie Sanders type liberal, but I respect so much of what the Republican Party and the conservatism brings to America and that balancing act, I believe that people should be self-sufficient. I believe that people should take care of themselves, but I also believe in liberal principles that say if that people have been unfairly treated after a time, there should be government programs to help those people get on even footing. And so let's debate it, let's discuss it, and let's all walk away with the same belief that we want to just make America great again.
Yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, that if people could view it as, like you said, where you framed it, at the end of the day, if you could say, well, both sides, it's like, let's make it a Bears thing. Both sides want the Bears to win, and the Bears in this equation is America. We both want what's best for the team or the country. We just have different strategies on how to get there. So that doesn't mean that we're bad people or you're bad people. You know, when I was talking about Republicans, when I say that earlier, I'm talking about elected officials. Maybe I should differentiate that, but I do know that all the voters I've spoken to here did not, all the ones I've talked to, doesn't mean everybody, said they didn't even watch the trial. So that's a fact from the people that I spoke to. But when I'm denigrating Republicans, I'm saying that the elected officials, the Mitch McConnell types, not necessarily the Trump voter, but the Trump the Ted Cruz that helped facilitate this shit. You know, and still we don't know what happened to the Marjorie Taylor Greene story the day before, where she allegedly gave tours to the radicals. Where did that story go?
I don't know.
That's who I'm criticizing, though, when I'm talking about Republicans. It's not like the voter per se. I don't know how you could watch that video for 13 minutes and then say that he's not, like, shouldn't be held accountable, but maybe you could explain it to me.
I can't. I'll tell you one thing. Tony is saying keeping Ryan Pace as general manager is the biggest political decision that he's been fighting. And I'm with him there. Hey, I like to keep these political segments to about 20 minutes or so, and we've gone a little bit over that. And I love talking politics. Anyway, so. And you need to go home. I need to go home. Everybody needs to go home. But I just wanted to tell people we've gone now 4 hours and 16 minutes. I've had a ton of fun. I hope Dan has. I hope Stacy has. Retro has. Tony has. Everybody that's in the chat room. Aaron, my man Aaron of the Barfly Tailgate Show, they'll be back this Sunday morning to talk about Bears football, and I think they got a special guest this Sunday on the Barfly Tailgate Show. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'll be on that show. Maybe they'll finally invite me on their show. Dan, would you like to be a guest on the Barfly Tailgate Show Sunday morning?
I can't do Sunday morning. Hey, like I said at the house, told you, like after my divorce, I don't even have Wi-Fi at home because I'm never home except to sleep or clean for the most part, or to do dirty things with ladies or whatever. But
how do you jerk off at home if you don't have Wi-Fi to get on free porn?
Oh, I could, I've got a hotspot on my phone.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, but still, like I said, whenever I get into a rut, my sleep pattern gets broken. I'm down for like 6 weeks fucked up. So I cannot be awake when you all need me to be awake on Sunday morning. Or like that really is stressful for me when the Bears play at 1 p.m. Eastern. It'll fuck up my whole sleep pattern if I'm not careful. And when I'm nocturnal, I have to stay up all night. So for work.
Mm-hmm.
So that time of day just is not conducive to me. And I'm not trying to be a bitch. It's just,
no.
If my sleep pattern gets broken, it just fucks me up for weeks.
Oh.
So yeah, I can't commit to that time frame. I'm sorry.
No, I know how you feel. This show fucks up my sleep pattern for the week, but
I'm sorry.
That's a different. I love doing this show. That's why I deal with the ramifications of it. By the way, Tony says looking at lost porn on WSB it's hard not to rub your balls. I'm not sure what that means, but it sounds funny nonetheless. And Aaron says, I work nights too, Dan. LOL. I have to set an alarm every Sunday morning to be on the tailgate show.
Oh.
But I'll tell you what, Aaron, he's on the Barfly Tailgate show. I don't know what the hell he's drinking. One of these Monster Mountain Dew slash nitroglycerin. And he drinks. I see him because I direct that show, and I see him sipping on that drink, and all of a sudden he goes from being, yeah, I got fucked up last night. I'm so tired and stuff. And then about a minute later, he's like, yeah, you know, he's just the phone the next minute. It becomes the Aaron Curran show, and with the rest of the Barfly Tailgate show. He's amazing. I love you, Aaron.
I see. If I drink that shit, it, like I said, it also will keep me to, like, I'll be trying to go to sleep if I drink a Red Bull or something, and then I can't sleep when I get home either. Those fuck up my sleep pattern too.
I can't drink that stuff. It starts making my heart miss beeps and stuff. I think I'm gonna die. No fucking way.
The only thing that makes me feel bad like that when I drink it is that 5-hour energy.
Oh, I've had those too.
I can't fuck with those. Like I like Red Bull. Like in theory, I like the way they taste. They do wake me up and all that shit. But it's bad when it'll fuck my sleep pattern up. Like I can drink one, and then tomorrow I won't be able to sleep, and then I'm down for a fucking month.
This is what I'm drinking right now. It's called Four Roses. It's from Kentucky. Aaron has blessed it because he's from Kentucky. And it's going to help me sleep right after we're done here. All right, Dan, say goodbye to
Mitch McConnell, Kentucky.
That's right. Who's the other senator in Kentucky outside of Mitch? Is it Rand Paul?
God, I think it is. Isn't he? Might be.
Oh my gosh.
I knew that I didn't like the Pauls when Ron Paul was running and said that what am I trying to say? Intersections, traffic lights. He said traffic lights were unconstitutional.
That's
and I was like, that's just fucking crazy.
That's right. In principle, I hate to get back into politics, but in principle, the whole idea of libertarianism sort of makes sense. It's sort of appealing. But then when you start digging into it, it's like when they start saying traffic lights are unconstitutional, it's like, who the fuck is going to direct traffic if the government isn't going to charge you taxes to have a traffic light and to have streets paved and to have all this stuff? It's like, no, it doesn't work that way. I'm sorry.
How are you going to get out of Soldier Field without a traffic light?
Oh my gosh. I would pay more in taxes if I could get out of Soldier Field a little faster than I do now.
Exactly. I'm just saying, if you're like, the worst traffic I've personally been in is DC.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to a concert. It was in front of the Pentagon. I moved 4 miles in 45 fucking minutes. And that's 6 lanes. Because I was going to Maryland. Now I go the back way through West Virginia to get to Baltimore and don't even go through DC. But anyway, point is, that's the worst traffic I've been in driving. I can't even imagine Chicago. So, and if there were no traffic lights, oh my God, like that's fucking nuts.
It's nuts. And let me tell you something. I spent 10 days in Cairo, Egypt. And when I was there, I said, I will never complain about Chicago traffic, New York traffic, any kind of American traffic, because they had traffic lights there, but nobody have made them. I mean, it was the scariest shit ever. It's like you had to have the biggest balls ever to cross the street because nobody paid attention to traffic. Even if there was a traffic cop there, he would say, stop. No, fuck you. I'm going through. And I for 10 days, I was like in a fucking panic because just getting out into traffic was the worst thing. Cairo, Egypt, I'm staying away, man. I had a great time.
I will say this, like, to make the right wingers happy, even though they're not listening.
No,
I think it's equally crazy to say defund the police.
Oh, stupidest idea ever.
Police. Even if all these instances they were shitbag racist officers, that doesn't mean that all officers are racist and shitbags. That's not true. Even if the examples that we see on the news are all awful, and they are, that doesn't mean all policemen and policewomen are bad people, though. And you need them for your fucking community. There's no way around it.
Right.
Even if you think they should be demilitarized, that doesn't mean that, like, you shouldn't have police, though.
Exactly. Bill Maher did a great his final bit is called New Rules. He did a great bit on that on this Friday show, and he said Okay, so let's say you've got a domestic agreement and a disagreement, and so you send out a specially trained police officer there or a specially trained government worker to deal with that domestic disagreement. Don't you think it would be a good idea if that person had a gun just in case things get out of control? And don't you think it would be a good idea if that person had a badge to show authority? And don't you think that's a fucking cop?
Right.
And so, you know, the point is, though, from liberals is that you need a certain portion of the police department should be specialized in training to deal with certain issues, and so you don't always need a certain cop to be able to perform all of these different things that cops are asked to perform. That's unfair to cops. There should be specialized aspects of police work, and I think that's what Defund the Police is trying to get across. Although, again, liberals have come up with the worst fucking title for what they want to accomplish. Black Lives Matters. It's Black Lives Matters 2. Defund the police. No, it's not defund the police. Specialize the police. It's on and on.
I think there's some that literally want to defund them, which I just don't understand.
Yes, that is true.
What's the alternative then? You know what I mean?
Anarchy.
I just can't agree with that at all. And like to finish it up, like I said a minute ago, even if all these atrocities are from horrible racist policemen, that doesn't mean that others who didn't commit these acts aren't good men and women. So you can't just broadly say that all police people are bad. It's just you can't do that.
I have good friends in the Chicago Police Department. One of them is Burscott Ruiz. He's a commander in the Chicago Police Department, and I saw him. We were good buddies when he first got into the police force 30 years ago, and he's just a great guy. And I can go on and on with great.
And you can't blame him for the DNC in '68. Is what you're saying?
Exactly. We'll talk about that in a future show. I want to share some thoughts with you about that. All right, let's call.
If you're going to tell me you were there, you need to tell me right now.
No, I wasn't there because I was 9 years old when that happened. But
still, if you were there with your dad or something, I was going to be like, "Wow, you have to tell me that tonight."
I wish I was there. Here's quickly. The funny thing is that when I was 8, 9, 10 years old, I was the only one following politics at my home. My mom and dad, they didn't give a fuck about it. They were trying to figure out how to pay the bills. They were working 40, 50, 60 hours a week. And then a few hours that they had to themselves, they would go out to the clubs and have some fun and so forth. But I was like watching all this shit going on, the Democratic National Convention riots and the Watergate and so forth. And so they would come to me and ask me, what is all this about? And I would explain it to them.
I was going to say, so were you from McCarthy then, or
no,
or Humphrey, or who?
I was a Humphrey guy, but I didn't know any better back then.
Humphrey seemed like a good man, though.
He did,
and I just hate his stadium. I hated that the Metrodome.
The worst freaking stadium in professional sports. I think it was
the Roller Dome.
Yeah, absolutely terrible. All right, we'll
talk to you next week. Tell Stacy to be nice to me now.
Stacy will be nice to you, she promises. But she's also going to bring it. She says she's going to. That's going to be a fun show next week.
Feels like it's that old movie, Bring It On. Bring It On.
I love that movie. We'll be back here next Monday, and the Mike North Advantage on Wednesday. I'm not sure what else we got going on this week, but we've got a lot more stuff going on this week. Oh, Draft on Tap on Thursday, and of course the Barfly Tailgate Show on Sunday. So just follow us at Bears Barroom on Twitter or our Facebook page, and make sure you follow Dan. What's your Twitter account?
Bears fan Dan. Wait, do I have an underscore? I do.
Yes, you do.
Bears fan _ Dan.
Yeah. let me call it up here.
I've had it since like 2011.
At Bears fan _ Dan. Look at that good looking guy. All right, that's our show for tonight, and hopefully you will also hit like and subscribe and all that stuff on YouTube. And if you listen on iTunes, leave us a favorable review. We would appreciate it, and we'll talk to you next time. Bye-bye.
Be well.